The Out There channel.
Please sub and share.
Searching for the truth. UFOs, aliens, greys and ufology. Real images, real stories, real videos, real cases, researched and investigated by professionals in the field and cutting-edge discoveries. Multiple witnesses, abduction accounts brought to you by Team The Out There channel. Good to be back. 5, 4,
Yo, yo.
3, 2, 1. Action.
Accept those shills. Grifters, be gone. Man, oh man, I thought we might be up and running. It's never an easy start. So as soon as I started up today, the microphone on the headset wasn't working. Seems like a Windows update had knocked out some settings again and changed the order of the microphones. So yeah, it took a wee while to figure that out. 10 minutes, 15 minutes. So I hope to start a bit sooner actually, but never works to plan. I was actually going to have Tylaya Kokina up in the corner instead of the alien grey. But I might have to leave that for another time. But anyway, let's just do a few checks here. Does it sound alright out there? Anyone out there? I can see there's 2 popped on YouTube there. I got a lot of I's and T's to cross here. Rumble, is it going there right? Yep, I think so. I got 3 there, I think. Okay, that's looking good. Twitch, we got 1 up there. How's it going? Odyssey, 0 there, but looks like it's working. I need to pause that though. And build. I's and T's to cross here. Oh. Pilled is running too. Who's up there? Anyone? We got 4. Hi guys, say hi in the side chat. So it looks like it's all going, and X. Got 0 watching there, but looks like it's working. Okay, let's post up the messages. So yeah, so much for doing the midweek one. Things didn't work out to plan. I bought these sugar-free sweets. And I totally forgot there was a warning about some sugar-free sweeteners that cause you massive diarrhea and wind and almost kills you. Well, apparently I bought some jellies, which are really addictive to eat, but it turns out they're like super laxatives, and yeah, all night long, 8 hours non-stop on the toilet. And farts like nobody's business. I think I probably could push a boat along. Yeah, it was terrible, and of course 2 days after that was suffering. Took me a long time to recover from it. So I gave them to Mum. I said, here you go, they're yours, but beware, if you eat more than 1 every hour, you might be going to toilet more often. But don't eat a handful, whatever you do. Of course, she doesn't listen, and she's sucking on some of the sweets I got. Because I'm diabetic, right? So I thought I'd try some of the sugar-free ones. But I think I'll stick to sugarcane in future. Can't go wrong with the old sugarcane ones. Yeah, so she was on the toilet 5 times the other day. I said, I warned you. But at least she didn't overdo it like I did. Yeah. God, I thought I'd been killed. I really did. I think I was gonna die. And these guys wondered what happened to me. Killed by sugar-free chemicals. Yeah, I thought, yeah, just my luck. So what happens this morning? Chunk of my front tooth falls out of my mouth. So now I gotta go back to the dentist to find out why his front filling didn't stay in. It's only been in there like a year and that. So that's gonna cost me another $200 odd. I just don't know. I just got so many outgoings all the time. It's just ridiculous, isn't it? And I've been doing stuff on Reddit, promoting it a bit more. Amount of nasty people on there, unbelievable. Oh, I can't listen to you, I can't stand your voice. Gotta be American saying that, right? Yeah, they're going on about my evidence. Oh, you ain't got no evidence. It's just ridiculous, really. This is the problem with the mentality in ufology, is that they expect evidence like they get on security, and it has to be nice, clear-cut evidence, and it's never going to be that way with aliens and UFOs, as I've talked about it in the episodes that they don't watch, because they haven't got the attention span. Oh, I can't watch that long, I can't watch that long. So what do these guys do with their time? Spend all their time gaming all day, and they just like to see fake balloons whiz by the screen as a UFO, and donate, buy t-shirts of security. Yes, I've been doing wee bits of that this week, putting up clips of security. Of course, what happens straight away? ads are removed off the clips. Can't have that. So they protect security, and it never got promoted. So I started promoting them on Reddit instead. And I had one say, "Oh, security doesn't hoax anything." They're so naive out there. They haven't got a clue what's going on in their lives. The world is a right mess at the moment, and these kids are meant to be taken over from us. It reminds me of like the Hitchhiker's Guide second part series, the restaurant at the end of the universe, where the Earthlings crash onto Earth and make a right mess of the planet. They decide to make leaves the dollar currency, and to control currency, they decide to chop down all the trees. This is kind of stupid. It's like that movie Industry and Doctocracy or something like that. It's called 1982, is it? It's a hilarious movie where he gets put into experiment for hibernation, and they forget about him. And he wakes up in the future, and the Earth is turned to trash because the generation SEDs, or whatever they are, had taken over. I don't know if you've ever seen it, but it's a hilarious movie. It's a classic. It's a real classic. I probably should look it up. I've talked about it over the years. What's that popped up here? I got a key pressed down by accident. So yeah, how's your life going? Because mine is endless, throwing money away left, right, and centre. I don't know about yours. Is it always bills, and work, or trying to get money to pay it. So we might not have Mike on today, I suppose, because he's working Mondays now. I was going to do one yesterday, but I was still feeling a bit crook from the sweets. Yeah, so better do that. It's funny how you can't sort of think what you're going to talk while you're trying to do admin work at the same time. But we get there. So we got Skinwalker Ranch to cover today, and UFO videos, and open lines if you want to drop on at the end. Anyone out there today that wants to drop on, let me know. I'll make it available. But whenever we do, people don't want to come on and talk. What have they done here? They've been mucking around with it, going Google. They've brought more rules and regulations in now about reuse content and all that sort of stuff. Just makes you wonder what next. I had a strange email from them saying they removed some of my shorts because it's going against their new reuse policy. As far as I know, I took most of my shorts from my own videos. I didn't take it from other people, so I'm not sure what that's about. So it's just another way to delete my videos by accident, I guess, and limit them. They're still trying to get rid of me. So what if I've forgotten anything? Yeah, probably the background jobs can go. And we should be ready to go. Forgot my nasal spray too. Anyway, we'll see how we go before I get bunged up. Yeah, so I'm not too sure what I'm going to do for shows still, but yeah, I didn't have much time to research stuff this week, but we'll see how we go. So where should we begin? Skinwalker Ranch. Let me just have a look. Fortunately, my eyes are a bit blurry. Yeah, we got a few bits to go through. Anyway, let's start with Skinwalker Ranch, I think. So, I'm not sure if you've been watching it on TV. Actually, I was meant to look up that movie. Edocracy. How do you spell it? Idocracy. I think it was 92. Here we go. Is it opening scene? 2000. Oh no, that's a lot later than that. 2006. I think that's the one. It wasn't very popular in America because it was making fun of the American football athletes. I wonder if I can play the trailer on it. So, what's it say here? Corporal Joe Bayers, a decidedly average American, is selected for a top secret hibernation program but forgotten and left to waken in the future. So incredibly moronic that he's easily the smartest man in the world, actually. So average Joe is the smartest. And the most intelligent person alive. You can apply that to the ufology. Great movie. Shame you can't sort of play it without copyright. It'd be good to do like a movie night where you can just play a movie and everybody can join in and discuss it or watch along or whatever. Great movie. And you look at the world at the moment, this is very much like this movie. Went to the trailer that was there. Gotta be careful with trailers though. Is it gonna play even? Is the audio alright? Is the question next? Why is it not playing? That's pretty useless, isn't it? It's not playing. Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of weird, isn't it? Is that something to do with that? It's not turned on. There's always problems, isn't there? Individual. Play trailer. It would be nice if we could. Close. Right. Let's just try something. I don't know, there must be some add-on, or maybe it's to do with ads or something. Ad blocking. Let's try Google. And it's coming up different. What's it got? No, still not working. That's weird, isn't it? What have they done to it? So that's why they should use YouTube and just link. What's that say there? Video playback muted automatically. Hit the button for sound. We can't even get the video to play, let alone anything.
I'm sorry you're having trouble.
Oh, well, we got audio. No video.
This should help.
Oh, crap.
Office space.
Let's see, it must be on YouTube as well, is it? How about Edge? Probably won't work in any of them. Yeah, it's still no player. That's weird, I wonder what's doing it. Anyway, we tried. Stupid things. It's gonna be one of these days, I say, guys. Anyway, it's a good movie. The trailers are pretty funny. (2006) videos. Opening scene. They want allowable promo. Trailer. That's the keyword we want. HD trailer. But is it a one we can play though? Trailer, probably not. Have to be by the company, wouldn't it? That looks like the one on the thing, doesn't it? Does, but
as the 21st century.
How loud is it? Okay, let's play it again.
Century began. Human evolution was at a turning point. Natural.
I'll just pause it every 5 seconds just to be sure.
Selection, the process by which the strongest, the smartest, the fastest.
Strong as the fastest. Doesn't work anymore.
Reproduced in greater numbers than the rest. A process which had once favored the noblest traits of man, now began to favor different traits. Most science fiction of the day
wrestling, yeah,
predicted a future that was more civilized and more intelligent. But as time went on, things seemed to be heading in the opposite direction. A dumbing
down.
How did this happen?
I wonder.
Evolution does not necessarily reward intelligence. With no
That's hilarious.
natural predators to thin the herd, it began to simply reward those who reproduced the most and left the...
Isn't that true today, isn't it? Yeah, rewards the people that reproduce the most.
intelligent to become an endangered species.
Having kids is such an important decision.
We're just waiting for the right time.
And then the time passes by and you don't have kids.
It's not something you want to rush into, obviously.
No way.
Oh, shit! I'm pregnant again!
God, yeah!
Kids. Thought you
Meant to be a redneck, is it?
was on the pill or some shit.
Hell no!
Must have been thinking of Brittany.
Brittany! No, you didn't. There's no way we could have a child now. Not with...
No. Okay, we're just skipping a bit. It's just hilarious.
Lucky to be alive. He attempted to jump a jet ski from a lake into a swimming pool and impaled his crotch on an iron gate. But thanks to recent advances in stem cell
That sounds like a goof one.
away from a heart attack while masturbating to produce sperm for artificial insemination. But I have some eggs.
However, if successful, we believe humans can be stored indefinitely.
However, the trial run was prone to human error.
See you in a year.
Even here. Yeah, damn right.
Joe slept slightly longer than expected. Half a millennium, to be exact. From Mike Judge, creator of Office Space.
Office Space.
And Beavis and Butthead.
Oh my God!
If you were the smartest person in the world...
This goes in your mouth. This one goes in your butt. And a second. This one goes in your mouth.
And we're stuck with the dumbest people in history.
If you have one bucket that holds 2 gallons
UFO Twitter.
and another bucket that holds 5 gallons, how many buckets do you have?
2? What would you do?
Excuse me. I'm actually supposed to be getting out of prison.
you're in the wrong line.
I'm the smartest guy in the world? Says who?
The IQ test you took in prison. You got the highest score
IQ test.
in history.
Even smarter than President Camacho.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of America! In the year 2505.
That's probably what will happen in the next few years.
This guy, he's gonna fix everything. So you smart, huh? The ordinary will be considered.
Actually, we got Biden instead, but it's a close match to this one, I guess.
Extraordinary. I thought your hair would be bigger. Idiocracy.
For the smartest guy in the world, you're pretty dumb sometimes.
I got tears in my eyes. Yeah, I have to rewatch that movie again. That's a great movie. Probably got copyright strike on it. Oh, well, too bad. Google hates me anyway. Right. Who's out there? Let's shrink that down a bit. No one. No one's talking. Yeah, so, yeah. How many people out there haven't seen that movie, by the way? It's a classic. It really is. So, talking about dumbing down Skinwalker Ranch in Travers. So, yeah. So, this is the best evidence at the end of the show for the episode. And I said here, Skinwalker Ranch 502, nice bugs. Sigh. Again, better cameras needed. Stereo cameras on 1,000 frames per second minimum. 8,000 best on burst. No video. Stop using Emboss. That amateur mode it adds artifacts. So that Eric hasn't learnt anything, especially, you know, from Mick West anyway. Apparently there's meant to be a streaking bug. And there's been no long exposures. Camera setting and all that sort of stuff makes a bug look like a streak on the video. So it's something close to the camera. That's their best evidence, and a couple of other little dots in the sky which look like either a drone, bug, or balloon, or something like tree seeds or something floating in the air currents. So yeah, it hasn't improved much at all. You can see by the image from the video itself, that's the best video enhancements they did on it. Why they haven't got someone from MUFON or someone, you know, someone that knows how to do video analysis on the show, I don't understand still. You know, 5 seasons in and it hasn't got any better. The other thing is, they talked about the world, the 1.6 gigahertz signal again. Now, the fact is, I've covered that many times. 1.6 gigahertz doesn't have to be satellites. It can actually be wireless mics. I think you can use that frequency if it only goes up to a certain range, like 4 to 8 meters. As long as it's not high powered, you can use that frequency range. And of course, they're all wearing mics still. And of course, we know that phones also use, if it's 4G LTE, or whatever it's called, that does use that band frequency as well. Worldwide experts differ on Eric's assumptions about 1.6 gigahertz not penetrating rocks. Also, the Mesa has lots of holes, tunnels, and can bounce off rocks through tunnels. Drill sites use 1.6 gigahertz all around Utah to communicate with each other. So apparently they use it to communicate in the drilling facility, you know, like they drill for oil all around Utah. So got this link here. It's under Skinwalker Ranch 1 year ago. 1.6 gigahertz signal confirmed by defense contractor employee. Personal, only putting it up here because I found it interesting. I was at a wedding for a friend last week where there was a group of us who shared a villa for 5 days. One of the guys there is an engineer for a defense contractor working on GPS systems. All of us guys are having some beers and talking about life, the universe, and typically things that you do while drinking. I mentioned getting interested in the whole UAP thing again after having watched the show. We discussed the film for a bit, myself and others in the group talk about weird blah 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 conspiracy stuff, UFOs. Let's just skim through it here. Contractor mentioned that while working through the wee hours of the morning that they would occasionally detect a signal being broadcast that they can't identify or locate the source of. And there have been a few times that out of the frustration of being able to isolate it, he will step out for a smoke break. He then mentions that himself and several others have noticed strange lights in the sky. Now, since then, we know about the Chinese UAP balloons transmitting on, probably on that frequency too, right, to the satellites. And that probably is what they're detecting, right? Detecting these Chinese spy balloons. That's what it probably is going to turn out to be there. Why would it have lights on it? Maybe because they have lights on it so things don't fly into it, right? They might be a bit more thoughtful. Not if they're claiming it to be a weather balloon, then they still want to put lights on it so planes don't collide into it. But we do know it's a frequency used by satellite systems, communications, and it's reserved for that. But it doesn't mean it can't be used for other things. Ionization of the atmosphere due to solar flares has been measured at 1.6 gigahertz and would release photons in the process. Why don't they look into this to confirm? 1.0 gigahertz is also a common GPU frequency and can pop up as a harmonic and internal sources of interference. That's true. These UFO propulsion systems involve the air surrounding the ship becoming ionized, creating an ionized bubble. I'd say bullshit to that. Don't think that. Well, maybe. They might use ion plasma engines on some of these black ops triangles. Maybe they use them on UFOs as well. If they use a zero mass reduction system, then all you need is a electrical engine on it, which would be ionization of the gas from the atmosphere to produce fuel, right? You don't need to take the gas with you. But when you're in space, you need a backup gas cylinder, right, for the plasma ion engines to work. So, yeah, we still don't know how the UFOs work because we haven't actually captured one to study. Or have we? The frequency of 1.6 gigahertz can be very efficient for communications under certain conditions. Good penetration, range, signals at this frequency can cover longer distances, resistance to interference. However, as with any choice of frequency, there are also certain challenges. For example, signals at lower frequencies, such as 1.6 GHz, may not be able to transmit data at the same speed as signals at a higher frequency. So that's where we got 5G, in which goes up to 5 GHz, right? And higher. There is oil drilling surrounding the entire area. It's quite literally the drill sites communicating with each other. I'm thinking that underground balloons filled up swamp gas. So I'm not being serious there. You mean like a sat phone or something? Yep. Sat phones use 1.6 gigahertz. And of course, anyone around the ranch there, you know, could be a neighbouring ranch that's just picking up one of those to communicate. Because on the show, on that episode, they're talking about, oh, look, looks like encrypted data packets. Surprise, surprise! And if it's a Chinese balloon, it's going to be the same. And a satellite phone. It's quite a stupid show, really, isn't it? There are facts. I'm not defend Skywalker Ranch. If I could remember, they have not sat phone, but maybe I'm wrong. Doesn't mean that someone else is not around out on the other ranches around haven't got sat phones. The point was that there was multiple things that can and do generate signals and communicate in that range. Microprocessors, sat phones, etc. It's a great junk science show. It's fun to watch. They never chase any one thing down to ground, but always leave something floating. Isn't that true? I don't know how many people out there watch it, but I watch it for entertainment, really, and to talk about it on live shows. Despite anyone's credentials, the implementation of the scientific method is amusing. Yep. Travis and his PhD, sure. CIA credentials, sure. Travis' net worth $5 million, earned over 82 million. What's that mean? Earned over 82 million. Follow the money. I'm not saying there's no unexpected, unexplained phenomenon at Skinwalker Ranch. I'm saying that the investigative technique is far more geared for drama, TV, and maintaining viewership. Isn't that the truth? I guarantee I could get a nice high-end spectrum analyzer, sit on my living room coffee table, and crank up the sensitivity, shove a Youngie antenna with 6 dB gain or whatever, and show you a reading at various points. Yeah, it's going to be a lot of home routers all around him. Gosh, I wonder what I expect to see. I used an antenna tuned to 1.6 gigahertz. Well, the routers will be at 2.4. But you might have radio phones at 1.6 gigahertz. What else? Smartphones. 4G. Without a tune, especially when there's a trigger in proximity. My Ring doorbell, my house Wi-Fi, my laptop, my DSR, my scanner, GPU. There's tons of other random RF comms all around us. It's a TV show. He hasn't mentioned about wireless mics. I think the wireless mic is a big one, actually. Wi-Fi and CPU 1 gigahertz, I'm not too sure. Agree they make a test in bad way. Yep. Inverse square law. Of course, laws change when you understand. For example, a hot topic in quantum entanglement, what Einstein called spooky action at distance. This implies that a change to a quanta in one place will result in a change to a quanta in another instantly. What's that got to do with rare signals though? So what they're doing now is they're broadcasting the 1.6 gigahertz signal and trying to pick it up on another helicopter or over the other side of the ranch on the show. Now, they found that they're trying to transmit it through the so-called blob, the wormhole, and the other helicopters not picking it up. But there's other factors in play here. Like there's obviously pockets of radiation in the atmosphere just being leaked from the ground rock in Utah there, and that emits gamma radiation that mucks around with electronics, so the GPS is going to go wrong. Electronic devices are going to act up. But yeah, probably some other factors involved there that would make the signal get lost, I'm pretty sure. But you can see, you know, the people out there do seem to have more brains than Brandon and his team. We got one life, man. I saw some comments bouncing up there. How's it going? And Shogun's back. Hello, good morning. I thought I was all alone here. Hello, people. And aliens, of course. Skinwalker sucks blood, right. Con for TV entertainment, but when you listen to Brandon, he really is suckered in by it. I think he really believes in it, you know. But he thinks that Travis and a lot of the fans think Travis is a very smart man. Well, he certainly should be highly suspect because, you know, he did work for the government and he was, you know, working for CIA and all the rest of it. But seems like they only attack animals. Well, wasn't it one guy? I can't remember what his name was. He got attacked on the head with a lump. So, yeah. They might have all these experts on, and, you know, people can do a basic online search and figure out science and stuff that's going on there. But when you start to see encrypted data, right, you can tell encrypted data, it's like little binary peaks and zeros happening. You know it's got to be man-made, right? When Travis saw the 1.6 gigahertz signal show up originally, he went to the government per his oath out of concern whether it was us or near peers. That's how he ended up on the UAP task force. I think he was able to eliminate those as possible sources. That said, I'm including the following information. The difference between glossless and GPS, GNS for starters. The US GPS network includes 31 satellites while glossless used 24. The two systems also differ somewhat on accuracy. Glossless precision accuracy is 5 to 10 meters while GPS is 3.5 to 7.8 meters. Therefore, GPS outweighs glossless in accuracy as lower error numbers. As far as frequencies go, glossless operates at 1.6 gigahertz and GPS at 1.57. When used alone, glossless doesn't provide as strong off coverage compared to GPS. So this is something I've covered in the past too. There's other ways to do it too. You can set up a program on your smartphone that uses your sensors, the magnetic field sensors, and it can track your distance and the speed that your phone's moving, or you can put it on a plane or whatever, RC drone or whatever, and you can then work out the position based on the information that's recorded from the other sensors on the phone. Can't remember what they're all called now, but you know what I mean. Magnetometer and what's the other ones? It's got quite a lot of sensors on phones now built into the chips, orientation and all that sort of stuff. But you know what I mean. Probably could look it up, I guess. Sensors. Damn eyes, come on, focus. I tell you, it gets really frustrating. My eyes, it brings me right down. Sensors on smartphone. Typical. Built-in sensors on 3 of them are hardware based. The accelerometer is the one I was talking about. Gyroscope was the other one. Yep. And magnetic sensor. They're the 3 that you need. So from that, you can get rid of GPS and just use that to work out your speed. And I think there's alpha monitor as well, isn't it? Gravity, accelerometer, limiter, humidity, position sensors. But anyway, you can just use a combination of all those, and I think there's various apps available now. They haven't bothered doing that. They haven't bothered doing anything other than using GPS, which is a downfall. But I have mentioned it before, but they're meant to have one of these PhD guys on there with tons of PhDs. He shouldn't be doing a parallel experiment with GPS and something like that. And see if they get missing data. Or if the magnetic field goes crazy. So far they haven't done anything like that, I don't think. Okay, so what did we get down to here? Great points. We assume they ruled out things and it's not in the show. But we don't know because they never make the findings open source, do they? They don't make the videos open source for anyone like Mick West and myself to do video analysis on it. Instead, we have to find what we can online, take a screen snapshot and go from there. And we still solve it, you know, we still can notice a bug even though it's blurry, and they got the best quality 4K image possible, and it's so obvious you can see the wings flapping of a bug. I suppose it's all about making money from the show and not to debunk their own findings, alright? Who would watch it if they debunk their own findings? Well, I think everybody would still watch it, wouldn't they? Because they want to know if there's something really going on there. Anyway. So, I just want to bring that one up on the GPS again. It's all available on my Twitter, of course. Episode 1 was pretty bad as well. Just the usual going, you know. More foreign rockets and all that sort of stuff. What we got here, Shogun? Does the ancient Native American know? Native American know about the Skinwalker? That's where it comes from, though. It's from the Indians, isn't it? Not wasting money on subscription to watch that crap. Is it free anyway? Well, there's ways to find free stuff online, Shogun, if you know how. But I can't tell you how. Told you before, you need to get onto the carnivore high protein diet for it works. Yeah, it's a bit hard in my household. You should try living in my house. You know what living with your mum's like, right? It's alright when I was living by myself, I could eat whatever I wanted, and basically I did eat mostly meat, and my weight was way better, and my blood sugars were way better. Steve B, how's it going? I don't think we've seen you here before, or maybe we have. You're unpilled, I see. You got a little tick there. It's a shame we can't combine all the chat for all you guys, so you can then interact across all the different domains. I did ask the guy for a feature like that, where you could just give them the link to the same sort of program, but you guys could only do certain things like see who's commenting or whatever. But yeah, next one. So yeah, A51 chipped in to my reply here, said, guys, 1.6 is a military, come on. And so I said down here, it's not really military, it's just a government assigned frequency to satellites, isn't it? Wouldn't it be real embarrassing if it turned out to be their mics making this 1600 megahertz and other lower frequencies? Would they emit it? Oh, the History Channel mic guy didn't know. Really, they have mics on and phones all around them when messing with the RF meter. Season 1, it was laughable. Yes, however, the test should be run to eliminate local disturbance, such as that also the sucky part of UFOs, eliminating all tech for proof, and now you don't capture a good UFO. The UFOs are too smart for some. I said one chart here has this, and all my research is free. What pay is Travis getting? Exactly. So yeah, I offer all my research for free here. So can we actually read this chart? So you got mobile satellite. So the 16 range starts about here and goes all the way up to here. And you can see all those frequencies start at brown, which I can't read, but it's got radio, radio DET, was that defense satellite? Can we get in further? Mobile satellites, mobile sats, radio astronomy, mobile sats, space research, meteorological aids, radio sonti. Hey, but that's too high up in the frequency. They were getting smack on 1600. So 1600 is here. Radio nav, satellite, space to Earth. Yep, that's the government signal, isn't it? And astronautical, what's it say there? Radio. Oh, my eyes are going. Navigation or something. So that's smack on the 1600, is it? Smack there. But as we found out, wireless mics can use it too. What did I say here? Also, this says 1.5 to 1.6 is a drone blocker, only $75. So that's another thing, they're flying a drone around as well. And it doesn't mean that someone else in a neighbouring property is not flying a drone around that's got a radio signal, right? Get one and get yourself a free drone full out the sky. Yeah, that would be a good idea. Make it drop out the sky and you take it away. Actually, if lost signal flies back home, so their drone on 503 lost signal and flew home, someone in the nearby ranch blocking drones or prankster. So that makes another thing, right? They know they're filming the Skinwalker Ranch show. They could imagine some local teen boys, country boys out there on the fence parameter with a drone blocker, a frequency blocker, right? Or some satellite phone just to mess up their experiments, you know. You can just see it happening. You don't see them having their own drones flying around for security while the show's being filmed, do you? Or have a helicopter up, you know, for security reasons. Yeah, so if you go here on this link here, 1.5 to 1.6 gigahertz block drone flying all the way up to 100 watt RF high powered wireless signal anti-drone signal blocker jammer from 75 to 265. And it doesn't look much. Plug in the antenna and then your AC line, I suppose. Well, no, not even that. You can run it off 24 volts. Mind you, it doesn't say whether it's AC or DC, but there you go. So I found that while I was searching. So that means that drones, the hand control for drones must be using that frequency range, right? And it's not just for America defense. Yes, why would you have a frequency blocker device that you can buy off AliExpress, right? Drone frequencies used. Maybe it's only America that they ban it, but then again, doesn't mean that someone can't get the Chinese ones. They're saying it's using Wi-Fi here. For connecting the ground transmitter. Here we go. DF frequency 2.4. That's the same as wireless. So where's the 1.6 gigahertz, you know? Okay, so why would you have a frequency, anti-drone frequency at 1.6? Let's just put that in there. Gigahertz. Let's see. 1.6 gigahertz is a simple question. The range from 1610 to 60 is assigned to mobile satellite service. So in effect, the entire 1.6 gigahertz band is assigned to various. Yep. But why did that come up with the search on drone? Assigned to various FCC licenses including radio astronomy. We just read that. Space operations, we read that as well. Satellite, we read that too. And maritime communications and radar. The notion that the producers of Skinwalker Ranch discovered an off the charts frequency band is nothing more than pure and adulterated fiction. Clearly, but thanks for the details. Yeah, I was just wondering why the drone thing came up on that one. Okay, there's the jammer. Disruptor, they call it. AliExpress. Drone flying, that's the one we just looked at. AliExpress again. Radio frequency toolbox for drone detection. TLDR drones primarily operate at frequencies between 900 megahertz and 5.8 gigahertz. So it doesn't mean all the frequencies in between. Most remote controlled drones use like 900 megahertz frequencies, while drones with... Okay, let's get a bit more complicated now, isn't it? Well, drones with camera transmit often use 2.5 gigahertz. However, some of the latest drones use 5.8 frequency to avoid interference from wireless transmissions. Still, it doesn't answer the 1.6 jammers that we just read about. Because the jammers should go up to 5.8 then, or 2.4 at least. Which would screw up everybody's Wi-Fi too. Drone signal jammers, here we go. Let's have a look at this one. Let's call a lot of jammers then. I was looking for some words to read. Okay, what have we got? Is radio jamming useful against illegal drones? Skyfriend. It's got 1.6 gigahertz there, 1.2 900s there. Made in China again. Small UAVs, big challenges. What's that talking about? Trying to block them and stop them. Creating a drone RC with a specific frequency like 1.7 gigahertz can be quite complex. So that means that you could build a drone and modify the frequency yourself then. Okay, let's have a look at this one here. 2020. The principle of a drone jammer is to block the communication pipeline of a UAV, including the remote control signal and navigation signal. The conventional remote control signal is 2.4, 5.8 gigahertz, navigation with GPS. Okay, and it talks about here Galileo, 1.2 gigahertz, 1.5 gigahertz, and 1.6 gigahertz. Remote control signal with GPS. So what's that? That's the question then. Yeah. No. Where's it gone to? Sorry, I just have to zoom in a bit here. How come I didn't put it up? Alright. Oh, no, not him. Galileo. What's the keywords that we wanted for that? Radio or something? Galileo. Doesn't quite mention any other words there, does it? RF? I don't know. Satellite positions. Must be what we're talking about here. Satellite navigation system has a greater accuracy than GPS, having an accuracy of less than 1 meter. So much to learn, isn't it? So could it be from something like this? Not a GPS satellite, but maybe Galileo. Global Navigation Satellite System, GNAS. Oh, right, there's that word they were talking about before. That went live in 2016. High precision system. Now it's starting to make a bit more sense, isn't it? So I thought GPS was GPS, but it's not the case, right? They got all these different systems up there. First Galileo test satellite launched 28 December 2005. So if you block that, then the drone loses communication with the GPS satellite and it flies back home. Is that what they're talking about? Is that how the jammer works? I don't know. Most common offering frequency of UA jammer is 1559 to 1607 megahertz, which is 1.6 gigahertz. 2.5 upwards and 5.7 upwards, 80% of the market. Generation 3 digital drone jammer gun 3 and 1 for 5,000 meters. A few drone jammers reckon on multi-bands, 1% of the market. Okay, well there looks like a sort of gun thing that you point at the drone. Your first post is confusing. You sell drone jammers and you're telling us how to avoid drone jammers. The only reason to avoid drone jammers is to want to do something illegal. Yeah, you want to tune it to 1.7 so it goes above the jammers. Anyway, I suppose we can spend long on that sort of stuff, but you know, we've probably done more research there in the last 10 minutes than Travis or Skinwalker Ranch have ever done. And that's what I'm just saying, that if we can do it, why aren't they doing it? And I think that was the last thing I posted on that. Anyway, I did forward it to Brandon, as you can see. I get no reply from him though. We did send it on to Mr. Fugel. So at least he can get educated and know if he's being taken for a ride by the other scientists that he's hired. Steve, been here a few times? Yeah. Okay, we'll get to know you eventually then. TSC90, thanks for joining us there. And Steve. It's good to see some Pilled people show up. We're yet to see some Rumble people post on the site. What's that? Gifted the phone. What's the phone? Is that a donation? I don't know. This multi-chat needs a bit more functions added to it, I think. Let me just check around here on Pilled. You're right, it is. It's a phone is a gold pill worth what? I don't know. And does it tell us? I have to zoom in here on the other screen. I don't know what it says. So it's 800. Oh, that's a lot of donations. Thanks for that. If that's 800, that's awesome. What do we got watching at the moment? 5 there on Pilled. There you go, you can see it on the big screen now. You can see what I'm seeing because I'm zoomed in. Doesn't quite fit with the other side of things though. What's that say, 800 there? Or was it my eyes are just no good? So we had 39 drop by so far. So yeah, looks like Skinwalker Ranch is a topic that people like to talk about. So that's the other thing we found out. A few other things here. So they keep referencing this thing that I looked at, right? And to me it looks like a letter balloon again. Remember this from the previous season? Skinwalker object filmed at night solved as balloon bouncing off mesher. Turning cam loose as it turns. Turning cam loses it as it turns. Yeah, I'm not too sure I was being there. Turning the camera. Let me just have a look at this one again. Reflection. Yeah, so I thought it was a letter A balloon. Because looking at the reflections, but that's the best image we could get through the TV show, right? But I reckon they got better quality off the camera directly. And reflection there. For some reason we're not seeing the bit through the middle. I think that's because it's too low res, that's why. What they're seeing anyway. So they keep relaying other sightings they're getting this season to that one there, which is kind of crazy. Which they never did an analysis like I did, like try and enhance it and actually see what it looks like. At least I got a shape out of it. On the screen that they show, it looks like just a little blob. Like a UFO blob, you know, like an orb. Still referencing the Mylar balloon bouncing off the rocks. I didn't have source video, but the shape of it is a letter A, 14-inch Mylar balloon. Again, I sent that to Brandon. Again, no loves. No retweets, because for me, I don't think he's after truth. He's not after people to debunk it. They've got to keep that sort of grift going with the UFO. And this one here, remember I did this breakdown here, I did some basic research on this, where it's got actually some technical problems with it, where if the terrain that it's filming has very similar colours, it can confuse it where the things are meant to be. There was all sorts of problems with it. So yeah, I did actually post a link to it. But they keep referencing this, that the drone signal was getting lost in the same area. But that might be that there might be some sort of radon gas, microwave, you know, crystals under the ground that are emitting microwaves in that region there that's corrupting the electronics and the GPS signal. Well, it might be emitting a signal that overrides the GPS signal, right? Really, they need to dig that whole thing up here, right? Dig it all up and see what's buried there, because I reckon, like all ranches, they always create a pit that they stick old farm equipment in and bury it, right? Else you'd have to pay lots of money for it to be shipped off and dumped somewhere else to be processed, wouldn't you? When you got all that land there with probably old caves or old tunnels from water or whatever, and they can dump stuff in it and then just drop a few blocks on top. So I said here, the problem with missing data, what causes it? Radiation as affects the circuits and batteries. They get missing GPS data in the same places Travis keeps calling a portal, because the 3D image map had weird tower. This tech suffers issues. So yeah, where's it go to here? Let's have a look. So this goes to my episode where I'm debunking it, right? Since I have work on it. And these are some of the scans, if you remember right, from the craft flying over buildings and thing. You can see it gets all the alignments wrong and makes a right mess. It turns it into some sort of artist rendering. But missing bits that shouldn't even be there, and not aligned as well, up and down. Keep on going. Any more? I think there's a load more. Here's a house. So what's wrong with that one? The roof tiles again, is it? Can't see much wrong with that one. There has to be some errors there somewhere. Right, footpath maybe. It's got little square grey bits. Yeah, so, you know, they don't talk about that on the show. Yeah, the roof is alright. They have their experts saying, oh, I've never seen that before. But yeah, obviously you just do a 5-minute Google search, you find it talking about that it's not perfect technology and has problems with certain colour terrain and all that sort of stuff, right? You can go back and re-watch that. But I mostly posted it to Brandon to watch, right? But he hasn't liked it or anything like that. But I'll post a link to it actually, so you guys can re-look at it. 3D tower. It's just a bunch of errors, really. It might be just part of the train there where it gets mixed up. What did they call it anyway? They called it 3D mapping or something, wasn't it? Can't remember what it was called now. Protection mapping. I think it was called that. Aerial mapping. That sounds like it. Uses lasers, I guess, and what else? High risk cameras. I'm not going to tell you the errors of it. Yeah, it had a special name for it, but anyway, I can't remember exactly what it was called now. I think you have to search on it. Errors, issues, errors. 3D modeling. Yeah, I just can't remember what it's called now. Had a special name for it. But you probably find it on the episode because I already researched it. So that was that one. And what's the last one here? 502 is not unusual to find birds. Okay, so they also had a segment on there where they picked up 2 dead birds on the ranch that hadn't decayed. And they brought in a vet to look at it and said, oh, that's unusual because birds normally decay within a few days. However, there are exceptions to the rule. Like all rules, there is always an exception. It's not unusual to find birds dead and slow decay. It depends on the environment, what it's lying on, and if it rained. So what may be killing them is radiation from pockets of radon gas. So if you can imagine that a bird's in a tree, right, and you get a pocket of radon gas that floats up and sort of gets sort of bubbled around a tree for some reason before it keeps going further. That bird's breathing in that radon gas. Eventually it's going to kill it at some stage next time it's in a tree sleeping or whatever. Maybe killing them with radiation, radon gas, same as cows. You know, the cows lay on the ground. It could be just some pockets of gas that sort of leaks out and they're breathing it in. Eventually it's going to kill them. Who sleep in trees and sleep lying down and sleep standing up. And I found this link here to Reddit where they're talking about decay. I'm trying to decompose a small bird to keep its bones, but I think I accidentally mummified it. So what's the best way to finish decomposing this small bird? And he said here that he put it in sand somewhere. Oh, here we go. Half filled it with sand and put the corpse of the bird on the sand and covered the rest of it. So the experts down here say flesh-eating beetles. Yep. Maybe put it on an ant bed. I suppose that might work. Ants are pretty good. I wouldn't do this. Other wildlife like raccoons, fox, and stray cats can rip cardboard open and have themselves a snack. I suppose you could put it in a tin box though with holes, alright? Yeah, you could put it in something a cat can't get into, but the bugs can get in. Put the bird under a coffee can with a brick. Yeah, that sounds more like it. Or a rock on top. But yeah, you want to stick it on top of an ant. But so this guy here is giving the clue here. The sand basically sucked the moisture out of the carcass. As you know, that's one way of preserving food is to dehydrate it, right? And that's what they do with mummies. Which is why you ended up with a mummy. The easiest way to get the flesh off a corpse is usually by boiling, although there will be some hand cleaning of the bones required, like getting the brain out of the skull. Lovely stuff. Now, I don't know if Brandon bothered reading that. That's just one post I found quickly on a search, you know. Yeah, they got a vet that comes in and says, oh, I've never seen it in my life. You didn't got to question the experts they have on the show. So probably in the next episode he'll come back with his analysis, so we'll see what he comes back with. So yeah, that's that one. So yeah, if you look at the ranch there, it's mostly Utah. It's normally that dry sandy stuff. Utah ranches. Tops. Ground makeup maybe. I think we've looked at it before, you know. What type of saw does Utah have? There we go. 7 of the 12 saw orders are found. Okay, that's getting a bit of a mouthful there with some of the words there, so I'm not going to try it. How about sand? But yeah, those birds, it looks like it's now in summertime there when they're filming. So the bird laying on top of very dry ground that's just sucking out the moisture out of it. And the bacon heat, it's going to mummify it, isn't it? But yeah, the vet was pushing on its belly, saying, "Oh, it's still got internal organs. Nothing's bothered eating it yet," which is kind of strange. Maybe it landed in a pocket where the radon gas is coming up, and ants and birds and all that predators don't want to go near the area, right? Might have some funny smell. Maybe they can detect it. I think radon gas is meant to be odorless, though. But there may be some other scents being given off from the ground at the same time, right? Or maybe some sort of high frequency noise that often deters insects and birds as well, right? So it looks like a load of sand there. That looks like Skinwalker Ranch, doesn't it? Sandy soil, there you go. What's it say there? Sand in the shoes. Being a problem with customs, I guess. Let's see, Utah land nullifies birds. It'd be funny if something come up. Don't come up with anything. It looks like mummies found buried in boats in China deserts. That's a wrap. Northern Utah organization offers a place. The cost to become mummified. Well, there you go. You can even get mummified in Utah if you want to. Anyway, I think we got the answer there. So on to UFOs, I guess, because there was none at Skinwalker Ranch apart from a long, stretchy object that they embossed, which is crap. Object over Fresno, California. So what do you think this is? This is going from our friend UFOman Tim. So let's have a look and break it down. If you want to come on voice, let me know and I'll set it up and you can come on voice and have some comments on as we debunk if you want to, as long as you're civil and all that sort of business. Just post in the comments if you want to come on and have a chat about something. Today's show or past shows, it doesn't really matter.
Hey guys, it's UFOman. A woman.
He sounds like he's hiding. Hey guys, it's UFOman. I'm just hiding and lurking here. A woman named Janet filmed this object over California. Okay.
Named Janet Darling filmed this object over Fresno, California, showing a multi-color.
Give him the energy drink, guys. He needs some energy. He's sounding like he's slowing down.
Colored cylinder-like craft or vehicle. Check it out.
Cylinder, light, or craft or vehicle. What a crap.
Make an assessment. Let me know what you think. Coming.
Oh yes, UFO man. We're going to let you know what we think of this garbage.
Will be 4 still shots that Janet Darling took herself, and you can.
Yeah, so naturally people are going to think, oh yeah, it's flashing red, it's probably a uncommon plane, right? Everyone's going to think that, but I don't think it is this one.
Get a better look at it.
Because I can see more colours in there. Red and green is definitely there, and white. But I think I see blue and some other colours.
It is amazing. Unsure as to its size because there is no frame of reference, like a power pole or a tree or a house.
That's right, because she hasn't filmed it properly, right? And he hasn't got any reference points, and she's moving it around all over the place here. If we had a reference point, we could stabilize it, right?
But it is very interesting nonetheless.
No, it's not. It's not really interesting at all. It looks like man-made LED lights to me. What do you reckon? So that could be anyone that stuck some LED lights on a drone. Would be on the list there, top of the list. But it also could be LED kite, couldn't it? Or LED balloons. He's going to zoom in finally. He hasn't stabilized it though. I think we're going to have to step it though, because he ain't going to do that. That's if it's going to work. I think it is stepping because you can see the cloud cover changing here, see? Hasn't blinked yet. There we go. It looks like green. Looks like 1, 2, and a gap. 3, 4 green lights. And it's really lit up now. Definitely green there. And as it dims down, we can see what looks like the light bulbs. So definitely looks like 1, 2, 3, 4 LED lights with a gap in the middle. So more likely going to be a lead kite, or it's going to be a drone, isn't it? Now, is it inside cloud cover there? Because it seems to disappear quite a lot. And it's still green that we're seeing. Still going forward. It's definitely not a plane. And it's not doing anything crazy like a UFO would be doing. Certainly hasn't got any defined shape to it. Oh, there we go. Suddenly really got bright then. So, of course, we don't know if they've mucked around with filters on this video, or if that's what it looked like, right? But it looks like it's got red, yellow, and green there. And again, it looks like it's got a gap in the middle. So what drone would have a gap in the middle like that and LEDs on the outside of it? There's bound to be something out there. I think we saw a red. Again, looks like a gap in the middle. I think I saw blue there. So why is it blinking crazy like that? See that? It's inconsistent with the flashing. Still see some blue. Back to green again. There's red. And then there's red again. Seems green is the most popular, with it changing all to red. So the LEDs that can change color, obviously. That's a crappy video, it really is.
Footage. Please hit that like button and subscribe. And
no, don't subscribe to this guy. He's the worst clown, worst insecurity, and worst in third phase at the moment.
Media platforms, because this helps us with the YouTube algorithm, and is all.
Yeah, he didn't care about money. Who cares about the algorithm? You should be caring about the UFO topic and just let the subs and all that sort of come naturally, right?
Hey, thank you for watching.
You don't hear me sort of blabbing on by my merc at the end, sub to me at the end. I just put up a simple banner saying like, share, and whatever. These guys are always plugging it. So he's cherry picked some frames, and here we go. We got the gap in the middle. But does that actually show us the shape of it? Kind of looks like it could be triangular, right? It looks like it's going in that direction, and that's the front of it, and then it's going in that direction, and it tapers off. Still could be a drone, couldn't it? And we got red, yellow, green. So yeah, I don't know. It's either a kite or drone in my book. I don't know. What do you reckon? Down the side there. What's your guesses? Hydrated line. What's that? Oh, right. Talking about the last thing, I guess. About the birds. Quick line. Yeah. You sound like a serial killer. How to get rid of the bodies without leaving a smell. Isn't that what that what's that clown that used to kill people and bury it under the house, and he used to stick lime on top? But anyway, so anyway, he put up a few more. I think he deleted them because they got copyright infringement on them. So what do these guys reckon? Amazing capture. Boring. Thank you so much, Tim. Looks exactly like the famous craft quilt by a gentleman in the Middle East. What, was he filming a kite as well? Very cool. See, they don't even question it. Them still images are amazing. Not sure what to think on this one. That's very, very strange. They better hope they never land. Oh god, I want one. Very interesting, is it? Well, it's very colourful. It seems to change shapes. No, it doesn't. I mean, how many different kinds of spaceship? So no one's questioned it. Unless he's deleted the negatives, right? So I think it's drone or kite, but can't be sure because there's not enough details there. But anyway, let's just do a quick check. Have we lost internet? I hope not. Connect to the internet. You're offline. That's strange. Was I offline, guys? I don't think so. Oh. Was let's just post the thing. Everything seems to be working here. Let me just check. I'll just be something weird going on. Just catch up in here. Let's reload that. I'll just check pilled, because if I drop off, pilled is always the first one to notice. Because this system hasn't got a timeout thing. As soon as you lose a few seconds, it ends the stream. Well, it doesn't sort of capture to it anymore. It loses. They do something strange. They chop up a stream into chapters as it's recording live. They don't do it like other streams where they just capture it to a file, then process it or something. I don't know. But anyway, it doesn't sort of work too well. Well, is that, am I seeing correct there? 9 likes on Pilled. Wow, thank you. And we still got 6 watching. Looks like it's still working there to me on the preview, so I guess it's getting to the other ones okay. Had me a bit worried there, so strange message we got there. It's YouTube messing around. So this is what I mean about these guys. They're meant to be like the top of the UFO food chain for writing books and movies, right? And all they do is come on a UFO Shills channel to plug their book. In this case, USOs. Weird water encounters. You know, if you got reputation, you don't go on one of the top 10 shill channels on YouTube to plug something. Unless you don't really care, unless you're just after money. Anyway, videos, I guess. Let's go. So what do we got here? So we just looked at that one. Hey, look who he's got on there. Jerry McKinnon confirms secret space fleet. Now, we've been over this guy so many times. I believe that he did hack. Right? No doubt he hacked, right? And he broke into the defense thing, but like that War Games one. Oh, I got the beat going still, have I? And looking at what he found there, he claimed that he was downloading the image and it got cut off halfway through. He didn't have any sort of like camera set up to record what he was doing, because it was like real time and it downloads it and decodes it on the screen at the time. There's no way to save it through the old system that they used to have. And it's not like internet like we have today. And it used to take forever just to download, like 10 minutes to download a high-res image, right? But I believe what he stumbled across was some sort of simulation game that the NASA guys used to play in their lunch hour. Like, there was a Star Trek network game that you could get from the Apples. Sounded really similar to what he found there, where it had names of US class ships, right? Which is what Star Trek was using. So I think they just had a game there. He found all the game files and then the little graphics they made up for it, like UFOs or whatever. But what he's saying, he was downloading what looked like a UFO. Well, if you look at the Star Trek ship, the front of it, it looks like a UFO, right? So this is my theory. I think he was a hacker. He stumbled across some guy's personal files that he shouldn't have at work, and they were playing this in their lunch hour, which they're not allowed to do. And so he got cut off, and they deleted the files and covered up their tracks because they didn't want to lose their jobs. Star Trek ship front view. It's going to look like a UFO. Especially those ones that haven't got all the different class ships they had, right? Where they don't have underneath, top and bottom. Let's have a look. I know they got one that's just a disc, isn't it? Is that all the class ships there, you know? Ships and stuff. Yeah, looks like a load of ships there. Looks. I wonder if we could swim into that. I don't know. But I know they got one that's just got the engine in the middle of the back of this, and it doesn't have a body. It looks like very much like a UFO. A bit like this one here. Yeah, there you go, like something like that. But instead of having a body, you just have the engines out the back. I can't remember what it's called. These ones all got bodies, haven't they? There's one. So if you're downloading the front view of that, perhaps Enterprise XX and then X01. Now the other ones like that, they don't have the engines up top. But wasn't that part meant to detach from the rest of the ship as well, and you can just fly on ion engines or impulse engines as they call it? But you get what I mean. I think he stumbled across... Oh, there we go. Is that one of them? No. Close. But yeah, if you're downloading that on NASA's thing and thinking, what the hell's that? Not thinking that is a computer game that they played in their lunch hour. So, I don't think he had them on. I think he's clipped it from somewhere, right? Let's just go there and have a look where he's clipped it from.
I can't remember the file extension, but it was a proprietary.
Yeah, I think me and Robert played this one. We talked about this guy quite a bit. We know he's got a few character traits about him. I can't remember what they're called now. You know, like tics or mental tics and stuff.
NASA format, not one of the common image formats.
He kind of reminds me a bit like David Bowie, actually, and kind of looks like him in some way.
So I just double-clicked one of the files, and the associated imaging software launched, and I waited, and then I waited, and then sort of line by line, very slow, very jerky, the image started appearing on the screen, but it was painfully slow. So I shut down the imaging software. I turned the color down to 4 bits, possibly 2 bits, so you get a lot less color. Turn the resolution down to, I think, 640.
Of course, if you did that with a Star Trek model, it's going to look even more like a UFO, right?
40 by 480, in order to get a look at this image as quickly as possible, you know, low color, low resolution, and then download it, and then close the connection.
You can bet there was Star Trek mainframe gaming. Let's see if there's anything talking about it. Video game. What's the earliest mainframe games? The earliest games include... Let's have a look. City building, lunar landing, Star Trek, there you go. Civil War. So there you go, early mainframe games. I wonder if it's got a list of dates on it. I wasn't going to talk about him, but I suppose, you know, I talk about anything that pops up. During the mid and late 1960s, we're programming on these computers. Yeah. And it's 1970s, developed on a mainframe. There's a good TV show, if you've never watched it. It was called Halt and Catch Fire. It's sort of, if you're a computer person, it's just like a classic TV show that you should watch, because it talks about the uprise from the PC, desktop PC, and the battle with Microsoft and other companies and all that sort of stuff. But it actually was like a company itself that's been developed, a fictitious company, and it was just tying it into all the other stuff that was going on in the 1980s and 1990s, including the internet, the development of the internet. Halt and Catch Fire, another great show to watch. Have to rewatch that sometime. Halt and Catch Fire. Sadly, they cancelled it. I don't know why. It was one of the best TV shows. So they cancelled it just after the internet had been invented. I suppose it was getting a bit more hard to get any newer things, but they could have gone to network gaming industry and all that sort of stuff, where they're trying to keep the company going by going to different areas of research or whatever, R&D. There you go, TV series. American period drama created by Christopher Cutwell. It's one of the best, 2014 to 2017. So it starts off with the first episode where they get hold of a IBM computer and they rip out the chip on it, and the expert plugs it into a board that he's written to read the ROM, and they write out all the zeros and ones and all the code in it, and so they can clone it. That's quite good. That's what the Chinese would have been doing. I'll just post a thing here. Stephen again. When were you offline? Well, it said on a web page there that I was offline when I was switching between YouTube for some reason. So yeah, I don't know. It's just really weird. Strange message. I think it's YouTube. Doesn't like me. So how many of you have watched the series Halt and Catch Fire? Any computer guys out there? If not, you've missed out. Go and try and dig it off peer-to-peer or whatever. Because that's probably the only place you can get it, or buy the DVD if you're lucky. But it was free on TV at one stage. So yeah, we just confirmed that there were gaming, and Star Trek was one of them. So I think that's what he stumbled on, and of course someone quickly cut it off, and obviously changed all their passwords and had to document it, and then delete all their files just in case they lost their job.
But I thought I had plenty of time. I thought I was going to watch this, then transfer it across. I launched the image again, and it was still painfully slow, but it was a few times faster than it was the first time round. And the top section of the image just seemed to be like a muddy sort of black and grey. But then the hemisphere of a planet started to appear, and I began to see.
Still sounds like a Star Trek poster.
I don't remember seeing any recognisable terrain or any terrain at all. I just assumed it was Earth because it was, white clouds, and the muddy darkness was obviously the space above Earth. And then the craft began to appear. First thing I saw was the top of a dome, because although it was classic cigar shaped, it had this sort of geodesic golf ball.
Okay, so not what I was thinking. I thought when he talked about being a dome, it was the front of the spaceship, but that does sort of look like something you'd get in Star Trek too, doesn't it? Let's just hear what he's going to say about it.
Domes above and below. And, no.
Cylinder thing with radar domes top and bottom. See, I just wondered how accurate this drawing is.
No features in the craft at all, no insignia, no rivets, no seams, no sign of your standard man-made manufacturing at all. Very smooth one piece.
I still think he stumbled across the Star Trek game. Even if the ship's not just what I was thinking.
Then I jumped to my seat because the mouse started to move, on its own. It obviously wasn't moving on its own. Someone who was physically at the machine had seen what I was doing, and they moved the mouse pointer over to the network icon in the system tray, right-clicked it, and chose disconnect. I couldn't believe it, as I was watching. I hadn't even seen the whole image yet, and I'd been disconnected. So that was my eureka moment, but I also lost connection at the same time. But I had seen it. I found exactly what Donna Hare had said would be there. Exactly where she said it would be, a sanitizing lab in Building 8 of Johnson Space Center that processed the imagery. And
so Donna Hare is another fruitcake. She's making claims that you could see a cattle mutilation from space satellites when it was being airbrushed. That can't possibly be true, because satellites can't see that kind of detail. They can't even do that on Skinwalker Ranch. How you expect NASA to be able to film how cattle got mutilated? So, yeah. Again, she might have been seeing them play a computer game with the craft they designed for the game. It might have been some UFO type based game. It doesn't have to be Star Trek, of course. I think she got pranked. I think she saw stuff, but she got pranked. Same was this guy here.
First image I looked at featured some kind of exotic craft, so it was confirmation in my eyes. It was confirmation of Donna Hare's amazing story. I also found another piece of evidence. I think it was on a Navy network.
Okay, so this has been the names of the ships, so it sounds really much like Star Trek names.
I can't quite remember. It supports the secret space fleet theory. There's an Excel spreadsheet entitled Non-Terrestrial Officers. I don't know if that was the file name or just the title once you were in the spreadsheet. It had names, ranks, ship names, list of materiel, spelled E at the end, materiel, meaning military materials, chemicals, like exotic sounding chemicals that were under ship-to-ship transfers and fleet-to-fleet transfers. So, yeah, quite an exotic document.
Sounds like a space game to me still. Anyway, I want to get back to see what other stuff we had here. Boomerang UFO. Okay, let's have a look at that one. That's UFOman.
I was guarding a B-52. SAC is Strategic Air Command.
So the problem here with the military ones is we know that they're experimental craft. He may have got to see one of the experimental craft that he was not meant to talk about, right?
I was on guard duty guarding a B-52 bomber in the bomber area, which is divided in two sections with...
Okay, I wondered where they're talking about actual UFO.
In the morning, between that period of time. When over one of the B-52s, which were armed with nuclear weapons, there appeared a bluish haze, almost in the form of a boomerang or a wing shape. And in this haze, there was a glittery light. We had no idea what this was. And we do know that the SAC teams were called to...
So to me, that's that screams Black Ops craft rather than alien craft. Because the alien craft is not going to be hovering over a B-52, is it? Like on the ground like that. That sounds like some experimental craft that they're coming in to put inside a hangar. And we talked about lighter than aircraft before, where they're like 4 or 5 stories deep, with people walking around inside, right? They have been seen over Area 51, and I think Art Bell may have saw it as well, where it passed over his car or something, or near his car, when he was going back to his house. And we know now there's these ascenders and also dark station idea that you can put those up the edge of space. Kind of makes sense that sometimes they've got to bring them down for supplies, say, or servicing, or bring people back down to the ground occasionally and change shifts or whatever. So I think these guys are telling the truth, though, what they saw. Let's just have a look at his body language.
We were told later.
Okay, that's a wee bit deceptive there. As you know, if you look that direction, it means you're fabricating a story. If he's looking this way and upwards, then he's actually doing memory recall.
That it was picked up on radar. It wasn't as if you actually saw it glide away. It was like in a wisp. It was gone.
So I don't know if this guy's telling the truth. Not with that eye movement.
It covered most.
Yeah, look, he looks deceptive.
Of the wingspan of a B-52. Now, what that would be in feet or meters or anything like that, I have no idea. But it was large.
Fabricating story, looking upwards.
It was large, but it was also very transparent. It was not a solid mass. It was not what you would think of if you think of a UFO, and at that time we had no idea. This was...
Yeah, his body language is ringing lie. Okay. Semi-clear UFO clips. Let's have a look at the garbage he's got here. Semi-clear. Poland.
We have some very strange footage out of Gabice, Mogilno County,
2018.
Poland, dated May 19th, 2018. I thought we needed to take a close look at it, so I have zoomed in.
They kind of look like some sort of bug eating another bug. It sort of like opened up and ate it.
2 different frames showing an object entering into the main vehicle, and then in the left,
like a frog eating a fly.
hand frame, you will see the raw footage where the vehicle is.
Again, it's Spud Cam, isn't it? What are we even looking at? We got no ground reference at all here on this.
Accepting the smaller craft into its main loading bay.
Could easily be CGI.
And then disappearing off into the distance. So take a look, make an assessment, let me know what you feel about this sighting.
I'm not feeling particularly good about it. I don't know about you. Why is it not playing? So where is it on this one here? Because this has obviously been mucked around with. That's not the blue sky there we're seeing. So where is it here? I don't see it. I'm just wondering if that could be two balloons and the other one is just swinging around. Swinging around. And then what happens to it after that? Does it look like it could be balloons? Another balloon. See, we're not seeing a long enough version of it. It's garbage, isn't it?
This time from over Cusco,
Okay.
Peru, on April 13th, 2020.
Okay, what's it look like now? Looks like two bright balloons with two joins or something.
Check it out.
Oh, what a crap video game. Spud cam. Yeah, that kind of reminds me like that rosary bead balloon. See, like you can see it looks like a balloon there, even though it's got interlacing going on. It's one of those rosemary balloons, right? That's what it is. Yeah, this is what it's going to be. And it's just hot and they're just picking it on IR there or something. Or maybe it's just reflecting some sunlight. It's hard to know because it's the colour looks terribly wrong, like it's been mucked around with. You know, the rosemary one that we talked about, they send them up in the sky every year. A balloon. And they can be all sorts of different colours as well. But there you go. Homemade one there. Another one that's sort of homemade out of white balloons. There's got to be some better ones though. What's that one? There's a big one made out of different colour blue and red balloons. There's another one. I think they call it rosary necklace balloon. I think that'll narrow it down. Necklace. Come on. There we go. There's some better ones. Heart-shaped one. There's a good one with a cross on it. In fact, I think we can see a cross in the video. If you look, but it's faded. There, see that there? Looks like a cross coming off it there, going in that direction. Looks like a rosary necklace balloons.
Tiene luces ellos, ¿no?
Sí.
Su luz de estrella camina.
That's what it is. That's what it is. Okay, what else we got? Anything else? Goes on a bit on that one. Okay, looks like Skinwalker Ranch.
UFO with tentacles.
Tentacles! I wonder what kind of balloon that's going to be then.
Filmed over Cuernavaca, Mexico on
that one.
2020. Make an assessment.
That one we've debunked before. That's what they call it. What they call that one? Spinning. What they call them? My mind's blank. What's it called? The spinning balloons. Tentacles. Let's just put that in anyway. No. What's it called? Wind. You know, the wind thing. Windmill. Wind. What's they called them? Wind fan. Oh, I spelled it wrong. I can't remember what it's called. Star balloon. The name will come to me eventually. Unless you got the name, it never comes up. Wind. No. That one's pretty good, isn't it? Floating wind turbines. Okay. They use it for movie sets, do they? They have a big turbine inside there that blows wind for movies, is it? What's the word I'm looking for? Normally get little kids' toys with it. No, windmill. But it is like a little windmill, though. That's what it is, so it's just a balloon. Wind star? I don't know, what's it called? Help me out, people. Wind vane? I don't know. Well, it does look like a wind vane on that one. That's not what we're after, though. It's annoying. Getting a bit of cotton mouth here. I should have a drink of a drink. I mean, have a sip of a drink. Yeah, I don't know what they're called. They got a special name. They're like this anyway. I'll just draw one. The name will come to me eventually. Like you have little blades that get around like this. They catch the wind, and you can normally get it for kids. And like that. And they're on a little stick, whatever they're called. And the wind comes and blows these vanes, and they spin around that way. And these can be different colours. You can get a balloon. I can't remember what they're called, but anyway. This is what we're looking at. We're looking at maybe something for a car window here.
Let me know what you think.
Looks like it's got a hole where you would put looks like something down here, doesn't it? Looks like a hot air balloon version of one of those ones I'm talking about. Could be one of the toy ones hung by a bit of string outside a car window. I think we've debunked that one before. Yeah, it looks like it's on a piece of string, doesn't it? And it's just rotating on a... Yeah, it's ridiculous though. What do they call it? No, it really annoys me and I can't remember something of the name of it. Anyone out there? Someone out there would know. Yeah, no one's around. Yeah, we have covered it before, and I think it's that same one that he's promoted here. Wind toy. What's it called? Yeah. No, it doesn't come up. Anyway, won't worry about it. Anyway, looks like that's all he's got up. He's been doing these monster mixes. So he's got lots of little tiny video clips into one. For some reason, I'm not sure why he's doing that. So you can put more ads on it and get more watches. I don't know. Delete all the single ones and put it into a bigger megapix pic, and that way you get more money out the same thing. But all these ones will be ones we've debunked in the past anyway. Great spud cam footage again. Yeah, I got a bug or bird flying past there, or balloon. Good stuff. Okay. SpaceX nonsense.
Remember to share us out to your social media platforms, and as always, thank you for watching.
More garbage quality video there. Space fragment or what? Well, yeah, what indeed. Another crap one, isn't it? Poor quality and non-HD again. Car travelling at 75 miles per hour. They didn't bother getting out filming it then. Three lights in the sky. I was always going to film a triangle. Yeah, it's got music. That makes it really credible. On to the next one. God. What's the gang? Looks like one of those Mexican balloons, right?
It
even sounds like it's down from that direction as well.
Like this ever before, and it could be.
Okay, it looks like one of those crazy fish kites again. See, there's the mouth of the fish, there's a little eye, and there's a little tail fin. What do you call that type of fish?
Something.
Looks like one of those little balloon fish. Like it's a big round eye there with a orange bit behind. Yeah, what kind of fish balloon is that one called? Well, it could be a kite too. Fish kite, fish balloon. Not those ones. And they fit. Let me just get this thing done right here. Let's see if we can pin it. What would be the fish type though? Something like that one. It doesn't have big fins on it. Multicolour. So it looks like green. And then it looks like white or grey and with one of those little tiny fins. Tagpole? No, surely not. Anyone know what the fish would be called out there? You see they got it slightly out of focus, so you can't really make out the details on it. Fish, oh, what happened there? I must have gone backwards, have I? Oh, I've got multiple things open. Oh god, my eyesight's terrible. Might have to wrap up soon. What's that one there? Oh yeah, it could be a blowfish. There we go. It's going to be one of those little pufferfish. Pufferfish, probably. Oh, kite. Not those ones. Not ones with the spikes, no. Something more like that one there. There you go, something like that one. Let's try kites. Yeah. It's more like to be a kite, I'd say. We should be able to find it though. Then it might take some time. There's going to be a lot of fish kites. Let's try this fish. Something like that one there. Suppose if we knew the species, might narrow it down. What's that one there? That looks close. Fish kites 3D models. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I've seen that colour and that fish before, but yeah, where we're going to find it today is no. I think we're just going to leave it there. Might even be a cartoon character fish, right? I look at all the different types they got up here. No end of kites. It's ridiculous. Yeah, wish we had some sort of intelligent search, really, but you can see it's a fish. It's got to be some cartoon character fish, I reckon.
Of exotic tech that is man-made. It could be a balloon, but I'm unsure as to whether it's a balloon at this point. It is moving in a steady direction toward the northeast. Against the wind, there were multiple
which kites do, isn't it?
witnesses, and there was absolutely no sound.
Kites don't only work when they're against the wind. That's what causes the pressure, and yeah, what type of fish is it though? It's really annoying I can't pin things today.
It was filmed at a height of about 1,500 feet above the...
What garbage we got here? Looks like it's blinking like LED lights again.
Here I have presented the bottom two lights so you can get a good look at it.
So again, is that in the sky? Is it? It could be kites again, LED kites. It kind of looks like it might be LED balloons of some kind anyway. That looks like it's got some pattern going onto it there.
Here I have presented the bottom two lights so you can get a good look at it.
It's driving me crazy, that blinking. Enough of that one. Anyway, that's UFOman. He's no better than a security team or third face just puts it up there, doesn't try to debunk it. Moving on. How are we going for time? Oh, what does it say there? Is it 3 hours gone? 2.5 hours, okay. 2.5, that's reasonable. Oh yeah, so Lou Reviews again is in trouble. So he was blabbing on about spaces on Twitter, which is like a voice-only chat sort of system. Live show where people can jump in and start talking. Bit like Jitsi meet, right? He was blabbing on the last episode how great UFO Shane is, and he would have him over for dinner. And then this comes out next day. I've been made aware of a UFO Shane's comment in a fit of rage. It's inexcusable. We removed him from our Discord. This is not a cancellation. I don't believe Shane is a hateful person, just someone who had been taken advantage of many times by family and friends. Still, that's no. Where did we get to? Still, that is no excuse for the intent behind those words, which we don't know which words it was, what he was saying. Words have consequences, and there is no room for that language, hate, or behaviour in any community. I don't want to be seen endorsing that behaviour at that level. I express my concerns privately as well. I wish him and all of you the best, my best. So go get some hugs. So yeah, I wonder what he said, because everybody's going to be asking, what did he say, what did he say, what did he say? Oh, the irony. Words have consequences, and there is no room for that language. What they're trying to say there, I don't know. What did Shane say? See, I told you everybody would be asking. So let me get this straight. UFO whistleblower testifies before Congress. What's that got to do with it? But you know, this is sort of drama, and I said I saw that coming. So I've actually tried to reach out to Shane to talk about his experience and relate it to mine, and he's never bothered replying. So yeah, you know, I saw his character. He's in the little group of people, you know, in the drama crowd, UFO Sondo crowd, you know. Okay, so we've got one here I said was a plane. Okay, which one was that? Alright, this is doing the rounds again, I guess. You might better record. A timely reminder, you don't know what you saw. This is a sighting of 4 silver discs, even though it doesn't look like discs. It looks like squashed down birds, doesn't it? From 2 years ago, it was captured on a phone camera and uploaded to YouTube, where it quickly did the rounds. It certainly did. Awesome footage, but what? Wait. Now, Mick West Mick West's group looked at the time and dates and what was happening around about then, and there was this air show with the 4 planes flying around. So those 4 planes on a spud cam turn out to be like that. And there's a side-by-side of the planes. What type of planes they were on a low quality camera. Sort of fits, you know, you got a pointy nose going here. Looks like you got white tails that are more reflective, and you're getting that on each of them in the same place. White tail, white tail, white tail, white tail. Looks like you got a dark bit happening there as it's tapering off. So I'd say that's a match. There was that plane air show happening, and it wasn't UFOs. You don't know what you saw. So next time you read a witness statement or see a UFO with your own eyes, remember that human perception is generally terrible and always molded by your persistent beliefs. I said plane when I saw it. I said it could either be birds or planes, I think I recall. But I thought I'd just do a reminder of that one again, because it's doing the rounds, obviously. Next one. I had the same happen to me. They control it all, but I don't trust him. He's military gov. So this guy's come out with a book, apparently. This will blow your mind. Ex-US Navy officer has seen non-human entities in his bedroom. Hey, I know someone like that. Numerous times after he experienced gimbal UFO event in 2015. So why has he only just come out now? You know, I come out days after my sort of thing and told everybody about it and documented it. He says these entities control our reality and experiences. Well, I know that I was screaming my head off and not a single sound was coming out my mouth at the time. So they do. Somehow you're in sort of this bubble where it's really hard to move. It's like you're in like super gravity and everything's really hard to move. Whether it's to do with some gas in the air that's sort of like a date rape drug, where it removes some of the oxygen from the air and sort of makes you drowsy and weak at the same time. So I guess that goes to an article here. And I don't think much of the gimbal one from the Navy videos myself. I always thought it was possibly a experimental drone plane. But the Tic Tac one, I thought may be a real one because we had some eyewitness accounts from the pilots, right? The Tic Tac, so... But again, we still can't discount that being some sort of experimental craft. But the gimbal one, I was never really impressed with. There's a lot of reading there. I'll post a link to it so you can have a read of it yourself, though. Who we got around still? Have we lost Shogun? I know it's getting a bit late for you guys now, especially in UK, especially if you're working tomorrow. So I might just move this show to Saturdays in future. And also maybe try the 10:30 start time or something around about then, 10 or quarter to 11 my time. Although it's a wee bit harder for me. But we'll see what happens when we do our regular weekend show. So I'll post the link. Should we post the link to that, or actually I'll just post the link to that, I think. That way people don't have to have a Twitter account to read it. What I said here though, people replied to it saying, read his book. You can trust him if you can trust anyone. Well, again, that makes me less likely to believe him because he didn't come out in public talking about it. He's put it into a book that you can buy, right? You know, or he hasn't sort of given it out free online to read. So yeah, I tried to reply to it on the phone with bad eyes and I got trued. Trued me, bro. Trust me, bro. But my book, what the F? Great research, bro. So I said in my research here, Tool Nordic, only one I got on cam, but they made it hard, so less believable to show it public. They did this so I would prove it to myself. So yeah, that one there, I think they didn't shut off all the cameras, but they left that one in low light, knowing it's going to be really hard to see anything, and they probably knew I had the skills to play around with it and actually bring out details in the video that was very hard to see there. And of course we get the outline of the thing that I saw, the lady with long blonde hair, so it proves it to me. But anyway, again, I typed that up on the phone. So there's a bit some gibberish language there. Yeah, I didn't post it, did I? So military guy, aliens and bedroom. Probably should read it out though. Oh, have we got the right one? Yeah, we have. Is there any quick paragraph we can read there? Let's talk about the gimbal stuff first. Ryan Gray's, yeah. After going on several military missions, naval intelligence. Right, here we go. Matthew Roberts moved to Office of Naval Intelligence for 3 years. His time at NONI ended in March 2020, and that's when he chose to quit the military. Even though he was close to retiring in 4 years, the reason for leaving was the intense and personal experience he had with unidentified aerial phenomenon while at ONI, which he writes about in his book named Initiated. Roberts described his initial reaction to the gimbal footage. I was watching this footage and I could see no kind of aviation services that you would expect to see: wings, tail, rudders. He struggled. Couldn't really make sense, blah blah blah. As he looked more closely at the video, Roberts realized something important. I knew it didn't belong to us or anyone else. So what happens if it comes out they finally prove that it was actually experimental craft? Wouldn't he look stupid? So the only other possibilities, I think, is that it's technology from non-human intelligence. So he doesn't know, so he's guessing like everybody else. Trust me, bro. Given his classified role and access to sensitive information, Roberts was aware. So is he a third whistleblower now? Is it? Roberts was aware of such encounters were not isolated incidents for the Navy. I was kind of aware this was not a one-off event. These things happen frequently all the time, going against the wind. Roberts confessed to being captivated by the footage, watching it obsessively. Despite his access to classified information, he had no awareness of the actions taken by the upper chain. So why are we reading this then? In 2017, after transferring to the office, Roberts claimed to had follow-on experience of what he described as non-human intelligence. So is he disinformation or what? He recounted unsettling encounters where he would wake up feeling his body being moved across the bed and experience a hand grabbing his arm. Roberts believed these encounters were evidence of. So again, it just could be mind tricks, you know. The stories, unless you can capture something on camera like I did. So why didn't he try to, if it was happening to him regularly, why doesn't he set up cameras? Why hasn't he tried to do something, right? See, personally, I think you need to get someone to set up a hidden camera that you don't know about, right? To be able to capture it. Because if aliens can read your mind, they'll know where the camera is to take it out of action, right? But if there's one hidden that they don't realize, they might just get captured on camera. Really, I need to EIT need to do that. They get all these people coming to them to go and investigate their property. They could easily set up a camera and not tell them they've set up a camera to see if you can catch them out faking or actually catch real evidence. That's what should happen. Anyway, yeah, I don't believe this guy's story. He probably was watching my channel and thought, oh, I can make up a story about that. Anyway. But I have got a video of my foot being levitated upwards, right? But you don't know if it was my muscles or my mind tricks doing that to the leg or something was actually lifting it up. But then I woke up, didn't I? I woke up kicking and saying, go away. So it was, I don't think it was me doing it. It was something else lifting it up. But you couldn't see anything on the camera, that's the problem. Not in infrared anyway. And that was before I got the other camera set up, I think, as well, wasn't it? Anyway, what happened here? We lost our place. Was there something in this one? I'm not sure. That one's an empty page to the main one for some reason. Okay, next one. Severe magnetic storm. Okay. Hits Russia. So I'm not sure what this is about here. What they're trying to imply, whether it's some sort of weapon. There is a wide band of auroras over Russia right now. The magnetic storm increased to severe. The current index is KP equals 6 plus 3 1/4. This is the third most powerful storm of the year. The cause of the event is still not fully understood. The aurora zone has been formed over almost the entire territory of the Russian Federation. So there you go, solarham.com. So open that one up. Is it opening? No. You had to click on that to read. What are we looking at here? So it looks like it's the pole, isn't it? Looking downwards, there's America. So I guess that's what we're looking at on the page here. We're looking down that way, aren't we? It's been clipped though, by the looks of it. So what's all these land masses here? So that's got to be Russia. What's over this way? Arctic, is it? Arctic, Greenland, Iceland, isn't it? What's over here? That's probably part of Russia then. Russia, Iceland, Greenland, Arctic. So we know there's a whole magnetic hole there. What does it mean? I don't know. We know the sun's been a bit crazy lately with solar flares and more sunspots than in 20 years, so coronal mass ejection, CME. I suppose this will be talked about on that into thin air guy. And you can see the sun is doing some crazy shit lately. So while we're fighting each other on Earth, the sun could take us out any time at all, really. If you get one of those going right towards us, what would it do? Could it reach right to Earth? I don't know. That's a good question. Okay. See, reach Earth. I think it's very slow moving though, isn't it? CME is a really slow moving, like a plasma wave, right? So they got time to react to it. CMEs travel outward from the sun at speeds ranging from slower than 250 kilometers per second. Still sounds fast. To as fast as 3,000 kilometers per second. The fastest Earth-directed CMEs can reach our planet in as little as 15 to 16 hours. Slower EMEs can take several days. What happens when CME reach Earth? So if you've got a hole in the ozone layer or whatever, that's going to have to create some disruption at that point there with communications, you'd think, and maybe blow up some transformers, you'd think. Luckily, Earth's metasphere, ionosphere, and atmosphere do a great job of protecting us from the most hazardous effects. If a CME arrives at Earth, it can produce a geomagnetic storm, which in turn can cause anomalies and disruptions to modern conveniences we have come to rely on. The charged particles from the sun entering the Earth's magnetic field would cause geomagnetic storms, lighten up the sky with brilliant auroras that would be visible all over the Earth. Okay. So, as long as we got that atmosphere protection, the manosphere, we're okay. But if that, what happens if we lose that? we're pretty much screwed. What? Can we lose the magnetic sphere, whatever it's called? Sphere. Is that? So what they're saying here, eventually the inner core will probably grow large enough that convection in the outer core is no longer efficient and the magnetic field will fail. But that scenario is far off. That's not worth losing much sleep over. So how long are we talking about? Millions of years? I suppose the whole planet would get cooked and that life could not exist. It'd be like that movie, another good movie, what was it called? With, what's that guy's name? Nicolas Cage. Nolan, wasn't it? That was a fairly good movie. Where the aliens were actually taking kids and various kids and put them on another planet, knowing that the Earth was going to be wiped out. I thought it was a really interesting movie and probably spot on. No, was that 2012? Or it was around about then. Nicholas Cage maybe. Here we go. 2009. MIT professor links a mysterious list of numbers from a time capsule to past and future disasters set out to prevent. I have to watch that movie again. It was really good. I thought it was one of the more interesting sci-fi movies that may be not sci-fi. All these things I'm giving you to watch, you're going to be busy if you've not seen them. But I think it starts off with a kid, I think it might have been his girl, was writing down all these numbers, and then he started looking at it himself and saw there was patterns, and then realised there were coordinates, and when he looked up on there, there was all these disasters happening at these coordinates, like plane crashes, earthquakes and all that sort of stuff. So he wondered where she was getting the information from. And then, yeah, you can see here they've got the planet that's cooking from a CME as the sun flies towards it and cooks it. Kind of scary, had a scary ending though. Anyway, better get going, I suppose. It's always all this sort of stuff we can talk about. Does anyone want to come on and talk about any of this stuff? I could open up the free-for-all and post a link in the side. In the meantime, we keep on going. So this one was CGI in the end. Alright, okay. UFO Interest has solved it for us. Remember we tried to look this one up at the time. And I wasn't sure if it was CGI. But in the end I said I think it's possibly lightning jumping across power lines. Remember that one? There was a few live shows back now, but I'll just play a clip of it now.
Street.
It sounds pretty loud though. Why is it so loud?
What the is that, dude? What?
It's not the best of screen sizes. Okay, let's just go in.
That's it.
So this one here, where it's got the looks like laser beams coming down. And I thought it might be power lines going downhill that we're not seeing, where the lightning's jumping across.
Explosion.
Well, anyway, that turns out to be CGI. So if you go on that one there, he posts some other ones he's done. So this is the guy that made it. And gaming TV. Before sharing the latest via video, make sure it's not one of their VFX creator who publishes their CGI videos on Instagram. And then shills come along, crop it and stick it up on YouTube or whatever, and make money from it like Third Phase did. So these are some other ones he did here. So watch out for them. Making a wormhole.
Holy cow. Okay. Middle now.
The sky is like...
It's amazing what they can do nowadays. And they can do it really easily.
Holy cow. Okay. Middle
There's another one. CN portal. It's the sort of thing Secure Team would put up. And it kind of does look believable though. It looks like something you'd have for a movie. I guess this is why these guys do it, because some movie producer might say that and think, oh, we got a job for this guy, he might be able to do what we're doing, wanting. Okay, that one's done with. This is something else that came out. I don't know if it's real though. Apparently, welcome to Eglin Air Force Base, Florida. Nice to see how close you were to your rendering. So apparently it's this experimental plane that looks like a diamond. And so reckons it looks like that in rendering, but I don't know. Kratos defense, so obviously it must be from their website. Let's just go there. So what are they, part of DARPA? Technology for national security. Satellite communication. They might be able to help out Skinwalker Ranch then. Yeah, so you can see if someone managed to capture a plane there, why they'd want to make it out to be a UFO, because they weren't meant to get it video captured, right? To me, it kind of looks like a kite, though. That's it, you know, you'd have to see it on the video, I think, to see how it's moving. But yeah, that might be the next stealth bomber or something, I don't know. What they call it here. It hasn't got a name, has it? Got any name on that? No, can't see any name. What's that say there? Kratos? Kratos? What's that name of the company though? Kratos Defense. I don't know. And this one here. Remember that video we're looking at with the under the sea in Florida? That looked like a Manta Ray. Well, they actually got a submarine that can go faster than any other sub. Makes you wonder what I thought was a Manta Ray might have been an experimental craft, this thing. But I think it was a bit more curved up on the corners, wasn't it? If I remember right, it was curved up. Whether these curve up, I don't know. I still think it was a real Manta Ray that we saw in that video. But you can see they've got a tugboat here. It's quite big. You can see how big it is. Why is it being tugged? I don't know. So what are they saying on this? Interesting, isn't it? Northrop Grumman's Manta Ray, an extra large UUV, completed rigorous in-water testing in Southern California. So that's not in Florida. Providing its long endurance capabilities. The recent tests validate the UV's readiness for advanced naval missions. Okay, let's have a look. So obviously it's not top secret because we know about it now. Well, it's not as big as we think it was then. Looks like a two-man subcraft. DARPA! I'll post a link to it anyway. I'm getting a lot of reading there, and my eyes are no good. I could probably get it in the reader though. I suppose I could read it out while I have a drink. I'll post it to Edge and read it out. So they don't call it a sub, they call it a UUV. Manta Ray. There we go. Is it working? Yep. Did I miss some comments there, did I? Truth Seeker 99. How's it going? Unmanned underwater vehicle. Yeah, okay, thanks for that. So they don't have men in it then. So how do they control it? So that means it's got to have some sort of radio frequency, isn't it? That can go underwater. Very interesting. But anyway, basically that was what Halt was meant to do. It was meant to ionize the ionosphere, so the radio signals that they communicated with nuclear subs worldwide could get to any sub worldwide by bouncing it off the ionosphere, because else the radio signals go into space. But most people keep wanting to believe in weather modification. Essentially, I suppose it's modifying something, though, in the sense that it's modifying the atmosphere to be able to bounce radio signals around. Okay, let's see if we can read it out. I've got an edge, didn't I? Or did I do it wrong? Is it edge? What have I done? Did I click the wrong one? I must have done. Okay, let's read it out.
Manta Ray underwater drone even more enormous than we thought. New images of the giant underwater drone prototype show it completing in-water testing off Southern California earlier in the year. By Oliver Parkin, published May 1st, 2024, 5:29 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. News and features see Northrop Grumman. Share 251.
Stupid Google.
Oliver Parkin view Oliver Parkin's articles. Oliver Parkin.
Oh God.
Earlier in the month, we reported on the unveiling of Northrop Grumman's Manta Ray Long Endurance submersible drone demonstrator. At the time, it was described as an extra-large unmanned underwater vehicle, UUV, but we really couldn't tell just how large it was. Now that's changed. And by the images we are seeing, that description certainly fits. New imagery of the testbed was released today by the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, DARPA, taken during in-water testing off the coast of Southern California in February and March this year. The completion of in-water testing marks an important stepping stone for the craft, which...
So it makes me wonder if they got that combined with in the air facility as well. So if they've got a Manta Ray that can go in the water and up in the sky, or maybe a Tic Tac. Is it DARPA that was 2004? You know, it's still probably classified. They probably were testing it against a real life simulation of the Navy. Still probably all classified. They keep saying it can't be USA. Be funny if it turns out to be DARPA project after it gets declassified. We'll probably hear about it in 10 years probably.
Which Northrop developed for DARPA under the Manta Ray program. This seeks to demonstrate critical technologies for a new class of very long-endurance payload-capable UUVs. According to DARPA, it is now engaging with the U.S. Navy on the next steps for testing and transition of the technology. If the sight of Manta Ray being towed in preparation for in-water testing above isn't enough to indicate just how enormous it is, take a look at the image below of DARPA Program Manager Dr. Kyle Warner, Wright, talking with a member of the Northrop Grumman team while standing atop the Manta Ray vehicle. Northrop Grumman. According to DARPA, the recent in-water testing of Manta Ray demonstrated at-sea hydrodynamic performance, including submerged operations using all the vehicle's modes of propulsion and steering, buoyancy, propellers, and control surfaces. In order to transport the UUV from its build location in Maryland to the test location in California, Northrop Grumman had to ship it in subsections due to its sheer size. According to DARPA, this supports the potential rapid deployability of Manta Ray globally, without it taking up valuable pier space at naval facilities. Our successful, full-scale Manta Ray testing validates the vehicle's readiness to advance toward real-world operations after being rapidly assembled in the field from modular subsections, Dr. Kyle Warner, DARPA Program Manager for Manta Ray, said. The combination of cross-country modular transportation, in-field assembly, and subsequent deployment demonstrates...
So they're going to release them from maybe other battleships? Have a swarm of underwater vehicles with, torpedoes or nuclear bombs on them to blow up all the other ships from the enemies. I suppose you could do a suicide mission where you just ram it straight into another ship like a torpedo. But they wouldn't do that, surely. It'd be too many millions of dollars. They'd have to have some sort of stealth capabilities and move too fast that they can't actually stop it in the water, and then it releases a bomb underneath and takes off. Maybe it can sneak up onto other nuclear subs as well and connect a magnetic bomb on the outside of the submarine and take off, and then it gets boom boom.
Demonstrates a first-of-kind capability for an extra-large UUV. Manta Ray pictured during in-water testing off Southern California. Northrop Grumman. Shipping the vehicle directly to its intended area of operation conserves energy that the vehicle would otherwise expend during transit, said Warner. Once deployed, the vehicle uses efficient, buoyancy-driven gliding to move through the water. The craft is designed with several payload bays of multiple sizes and types to enable a wide variety of naval mission sets. Northrop's extra-large glider prototype draws inspiration from the graceful glide of the Manta Ray. The UUV features a lifting body that has sea glider-like properties. Previous visuals released by the company show that it is also propelled via two smaller propellers.
Can't see that.
A previous image of Northrop's Manta Ray prototype, released by the company in April. Northrop Grumman. In essence, Manta Ray is designed to be able to conduct long-duration, long-range missions in ocean environments where humans can't go, Northrop Grumman states. A key part of its functioning relates to the addition energy-saving technologies, allowing it to hibernate in a low-power state on the seafloor, and energy-generating technologies, which Northrop has worked with CGI, a renewable energy company, on. You can read more about the detail of these aspects in our past feature on Manta Ray. Of course, whether or not the Department of Defense ultimately ends up procuring Northrop's offering remains to be seen.
A second
performer, Pacmar Technologies, is continuing to test a full-scale Manta Ray prototype, DARPA notes. Northrop Grumman, Navitech, Pacmar Technologies' earlier name, and Lockheed Martin were awarded contracts to work on the Manta Ray program in 2020. Only the former two companies were selected to progress to the next stage in late 2021. Whichever design or technologies the Navy picks from the Manta Ray program, obtaining a new class of UVV that can carry different payloads for long durations will no doubt be of benefit to it. Broadly, the service is looking to field a wide range of UUVs of various tiers, with extra large being the largest. Already, it has received the first of its Orca extra large uncrewed underwater vehicle, or XL-UUV, from Boeing, which we previously profiled. Having various tiers of UUVs will likely prove critical in any future maritime fight, and it's not just the Navy that has been working hard to this end. China, notably, has invested heavily in uncrewed underwater vehicles as of late. With the release of...
Well, I heard they make them from plastic, so they can't be detected with metal detectors or magnetrons or whatever it's called, magnetic. What's the word I was looking for? But anyway, yeah, so they could probably be really stealthy.
Of the new images, it's now more clear than ever that the DoD is betting big, quite literally, on future Navy UUVs. Contact the author, Oliver at Thurzone.com.
Yeah, are they underwater only though is the question. So, drone technology, right? You really want it to be air to sea and air to back to sea again, because you can hide in sea. Yeah, I'll just move on then. Here we go for time. 3:16 according to YouTube, so I'll probably end up wrapping up soon anyway. There's a few things, good things we covered today anyway. I was meant to talk about this time travel strange case, Ghost in the Machine, but I still hadn't had time to read the chapters of the book. It's a bit hard for me, but it's quite an interesting story. Basically, it turns out this teacher rents this cottage in UK, and he's got a BBC. He gets a BBC micro from the school. Back in those days, you know, early computers, yeah, they had Apple IIs. Well, UK had BBCs, and the BBC come with a special word processing app that was built into the chip itself as firmware, and it could be instantly brought up on the screen without having to load it off hard drive. So that was a key feature of the BBC, right? So he had it on the table in the kitchen. They went to the pub and come back and found that it had messages on the screen, like someone had been in the house and turned it on and typed up these messages on the screen, and it was in Old English. So he jotted it down and took it to school, and his mate had a look at it. I suppose we could cover it today. But I believe, again, it's a lot of reading. Let's see, I got 2 links on it, I think. The Vertical Plane. So it's actually a book called The Vertical Plane. It's quite an interesting book. You can get it as a PDF. If you search online for it, you can find a copy of it and download it. But yeah, the book's very hard to get. All the copies that they got snapped up, and they printed another batch off, and I think they got snapped off and snapped up, I mean. So yeah, let's just go through it. But anyway, they work out they're talking to someone in the past, in the same village, and then what happens later on is they get some investigators in, and they couldn't solve it, and then they start getting communication from someone in the future. It gets a bit more complicated, from 2199, and this computer guy was recommended. The people from the future said, "Oh, to prove it's real, get this computer research, not computer, a UFO researcher guy from Wales to investigate it." And they did. And basically he got scared of the case because they left him some messages that scared him that no one could have known about. And that to him proved to him that it was people really from the future. So I have my real doubts about time travelers and people about to communicate from the past and future. Although the future we don't know is going to happen, so that means that the future has already happened. Means that the people in the future can predict what's in the past. But how can they communicate to the past and as though it's in the current happening, right? It doesn't sort of make sense to me. But what makes sense is multiverses, right? And when they line up in a certain portal connection, then they can transmit radio waves or whatever back and forth between the multiverses, and also maybe travel into this multiverse in some sort of form, like an avatar, right? So they might be able to send a particle beam through the portal from their universe into our universe, which it might be they're on another planet, which is actually like Earth, but it's in the future and they're developed, it's identical to Earth and the DNA is the same and all that. And the same events happen on both universes, you know. It's like copies of each other, but one's in the future and one's in the past, right? That makes more sense. So they know what's going to happen because it happened on their planet already, and they're seeing it happening on our planet, you know, like some sort of disaster or whatever. So they maybe predict things that were going to happen, that happened on the news that scared off the guy, who knows. But anyway, it's a really interesting story, and it might just prove my multiverse theory more than the existence of people from the past and from the future of Earth communicating with someone in 1980s, is it? But anyway, can read out the article here, and I'll just cue that up, and we'll wrap it up on that, I think, today, and get it underway. Because Robert was contacted by this UFO researcher guy, and he said he believed from his investigation that it was all legit, and this happened to him that proved beyond doubt that it was real. Apparently he tried everything scientifically, like putting the computer in a Faraday cage and putting a line filter on the voltage on the outlet of the wall to make sure there was no sort of way to communicate through the power line to the PC. But you got to talk. We're talking about 8-bit micro here. We're talking about really basic computers back in the 80s that didn't have internet or anything like that. So yeah, it was before the internet and having dial-up modems on them. What's happened here? What was that for? Alright, that was going to a router. Close that one down. Co-pilot. Okay, I'll just queue it up and start reading it. I need to go to what it's reading, I guess. What's that say? Let's see if it works anyway.
EP217, The Vertical Plane Part 1. What a prospect. Either he was dead and we were alive, or he was alive and we were more than 400 years from the dates of our conceptions. Ken Webster, from page 46 of his book, The Vertical Plane, published in 1989 by Grafton Books. Read episode transcript. Description: many of us enjoy a good ghost story. Many of us enjoy science fiction. But how many stories do you know that start off as one and evolve into the other? What's become known as the mystery of the Dawdleston messages is precisely just such a case.
I'll be back in a minute.
And if the story is accurate, it comes with some of the most incredible, baffling, and mind-bending implications we've ever encountered. Towards the end of summer in 1984, teacher and musician Ken Webster was renovating his 16th-century home named Meadow Cottage when the strange activity began. Located in the village of Dawdleston, 4 miles southwest of the town of Chester in northwest England near the border with Wales, life was taking its usual somnambulistic pace while dusted with the discomfort and drudgery of living in a small, historical residence during construction. But one day, while Webster's lodger friend Nicola helped to decorate, the pair noticed tiny, 6-toed footprints going up the wall that would reappear even after repainting. Then, it seemed a poltergeist repeatedly stacked their pantry goods in a playful yet orderly fashion. Clearly to them, some acquaintance was having a laugh at their expense. But a bigger mystery unfolded after Webster brought home a BBC brand word processor from his school so Nicola could write comedy sketches. Ken Webster, Nicola, and Ken's girlfriend Debbie noticed that someone was leaving at first cryptic messages on the microcomputer, but seemingly written in the style of 16th century English. Before long, the Ipsler, or as the trio first thought, Merry Prankster, had identified himself as Lucas and was wondering what all these strange but decent folks were doing in his farmhouse, mucking about. Through leaving text documents back and forth, an ongoing conversation and friendship developed. Lucas claimed to be the original owner of the cottage. Not only that, he said he was currently living under the reign of King Henry VIII and his queen of the moment, Catherine Parr, making Lucas' lifetime the 1540s of England. But as unbelievable as this more than 400-year-old correspondence appeared, the situation would become even more bizarre as Lucas, Ken, and his friends would find themselves embroiled in royal Tudor intrigue with trying to save Lucas' life. Complicating this otherworldly drama was the emergence of mysterious correspondents who claimed to be manipulating this portal through time. As relatively mundane as Lucas' messages often were, these new entities professed to be from the future, or perhaps a possible future, and warned that messing with the paradoxes of time travel could lead to terrible consequences with alternate timelines.
Right,
Ken Webster documented this series of mind-blowing events in his book, The Vertical Plane, published in 1989. Tonight, we're joined once again by our great friend and paranormal oracle, Richard Hatem. Rich made us aware of this story by generously gifting us Webster's book, years before its now princely sum of over $500 for a used, out-of-print copy on Amazon. Part 1 of our series on this unimaginable occurrence will focus on how Webster and his friends got to know this true Renaissance man and leading up to the possibility that there are overlords of time who can dabble in our destinies. The British Broadcasting Corporation Microcomputer System, or BBC Micro. Location: the village of Dawdleston, where Ken Webster was refurbishing and living at Meadow Cottage. Dawdleston is about 4 miles southwest of the Unitary Authority of Cheshire West and Chester, about a mile from the border of England and Wales, and about 2.5 miles from the River Dee on the Welsh side. Generally, it's in central to northwest England, about 18.5 miles due south of Liverpool. Reference links: the English village of Dawdleston, near the border with Wales.
Where is it reading?
The segment on the vertical plane, from the 1996 British TV series, Out of This World on YouTube. The BBC Microcomputer by Acorn Computers. Acorn Computers. The BBC Microcomputer, Papercraft Design, from artist and designer, Rocky Bergen.
There it goes.
Ghost in the Machine from the blog, Mercurius Politicus, by Nick. Henry VIII, King of England from 1509 to 1547. Catherine Parr, Queen of England as the wife of Henry VIII, from 1543 to 1547. The Renaissance period in European history. The Vertical Plane by Ken Webster is this proof of time manipulation and travel or just a story, forum thread on above top secret. The contacting2109.com website. The Time Variance Authority or TVA from Marvel Comics and the 2021 Disney Plus series, Loki. An open letter from Temporal Recon.
Is it going around in a circle?
Finally, a new second edition paperback of The Vertical Plane is available on Amazon for a reasonable price. Click this text or click the Buy on Amazon button under the book cover image below. The Vertical Plane, The Mystery of the Dawdleston Messages, second edition.
I think it's got screwed up, isn't it?
Ken.
I think it's going around circles here.
A digital scanned reprinting of The Vertical Plane on archive.org. Astonishing guacamole recipe.
I was meant to be reading out
courtesy of Scott's friend and former NYC.
So let's see if we can fix this up. I thought it was reading out the story. It's talking about bloody recipes there. There's something screwed up here. Let's have a look. Let's go into the book on Amazon. Well, looks like we're going to get screwed up here. Reference material. Pretty sure there was more to it than that. But maybe not, I don't know. Let's see. Maybe it's the other link I was meant to read. Did it read out all that? That's quite a lot there. I don't think it read all that out, did it? Might have done. Yeah, it started there, didn't it? I don't think it was gone that long though. 400 years. Yeah, I think it read all that out. Yeah, well, thought there was a lot more to it. But what's interesting there is the blog, I think. I think it's the one of the blog. Where people are asking questions about it down here. And then the actual investigator for the 2109 future happenings comes on and answers people here, saying it was actually real. It happened. And we've featured him before. We showed some presentations on UFO group that he's on with, research group. And let's
NYC sous chef Ian. There are two steps
let's
to
go
this
down
recipe.
The comments here.
EBS 2 years ago 0 likes. Hiya. Just a quick heads up that the Vertical Plane, 2nd edition, is now on Amazon at £21 and 1 penny ink postage. Hopefully this stops the price hike now. https://www.am Lars 2 years ago 0 likes. Thanks for sharing the link to the PDF. I downloaded it after listening to these episodes, but wondered how I would read it conveniently. After getting a Kindle for Christmas, it was easily loaded to the device, and I am enjoying the astonishing legend within. Barry 3 years ago 0 likes. As someone who was attending secondary education in the UK shortly before the time of these events, I find the idea that head teachers would allow staff to waltz off with their precious school computers at the weekends one of the more fantastical elements of this story. They guarded those things like Smog guarded his gold pile. This is one of the few stories you've covered that I can't quite suspend my disbelief
We only
for.
had one computer in our school.
I've run into it a few times over the years on websites, podcasts, and even in magazines, 14 times.
But it
my
actually
memory
happened
serves
because...
me, and it's really not that convincing, I'm afraid.
So these people are skeptics, but because of that UFO researcher coming forward saying it was true and he investigated the computer, they must have had permission to take it home.
Afraid. But it's original and fun, and I'm really enjoying your coverage of it. Maybe you'll convince me otherwise by the end. You never know. I think it's an obvious hoax.
No.
Stephen Montavoy, 3 years ago, 0 likes. I hear you, Barry, but in order for something to be an obvious hoax, the hoax part of it must be obvious. Beyond outlandish details, which in and of themselves cannot specifically point to a hoax, what other evidence would you have to support that label? I have my own feelings about whether or not the story is true, but my doubts are rooted in a part of the story that has not seemed to raise red flags for anyone else, which I find curious. But it's so detailed and has many unusual historical accuracies, and when you read the book, frankly, it comes across as being presented in a very honest fashion. Still, the likelihood of all the events taking place has to be considered as low, or we would have more stories like this.
There are
Scott.
some problems with the story, though.
Stephen Montavoy, 3 years ago, 0 likes. By the way, that Smog line is hilarious. Barry, 3 years ago, 0 likes. Thanks for the prompt reply. And for the Smog line. I remember my old school getting a BBC computer, just one, and old Mr. McCullough, our headmaster, barely let us breathe near it. Access was restricted to a hand-picked few. Not even staff were allowed near it without a strip search, it sometimes seemed. It sat aloof and pampered in the school library like some holy relic in a French cathedral. We were almost compelled to avert our gaze when passing it. Of course that's an exaggeration, but not by that much. Those things were like gold dust. The thought of some grubby teacher yanking out the plug and stuffing it into the boot of some greasy cheap teacher's car would have given old Jasp McCullough conniptions. I haven't listened to part 2 yet. I'm saving that for night shift tonight, so I'm not sure if you've covered this, but there was some argument from the author about how he would have been able to write in the manner of an early 16th century academic. Well, he was an English teacher. At a comprehensive school, high school in the US. Firstly, I would hope his teacher's training meant that he had at least a passing acquaintance with the works of Chaucer, Langland, and other writers of Middle English. Granted, they were a century or so before the time of Lucas.
Yeah, always get
but it's
to
a good basis for
Shakespeare,
some
don't
cod
you?
old English that might at first glance seem convincing to the ordinary 2021st century reader. And if the training wasn't that comprehensive, then the school library would certainly have copies of their work. I know ours did. And ours was not a school of great academic renown, believe me. There were a few other things that I'm going to have to listen to tonight to refresh my memory about. But when I realized that someone like me who left a bog-standard Northern Ireland boys' secondary school at 16 with practically no academic qualifications, practically a high school dropout, in American terms, can poke big holes in a story as easy if it's wet tissue, then there's something suspicious afoot. None of this is going to spoil my enjoyment of the show, though. Yours was one of, no, it actually was, the first podcast I ever got into way back in your 4th or 5th episode, and it's remained my favorite podcast ever since. Undoubtedly one of the best. If I can quote John Cleese's enthusiastic Messiah followers' endorsement to Brian Graham Chapman from Life of Brian. And I should know, I've followed a few. Keep up the great work. Sorry for droning on. Just passing the last few...
Yeah, so this must link to a podcast somewhere. I'll post a link to it anyway. Yeah, so the important stuff here is the actual when the investigator, UFO investigator, comes on and starts answering people. But he's very cryptic. He seemed to be wrapped up in numerology, saying that the number he got was 777 or something like that. Seven's meant to be significant in numerology. But anyway, I'm not too sure about the story. I think something's not right when they're talking about the paranormal that was happening, saying that there was like chairs stacked up when they come home from the pub. You know, that anyone could have got inside and done that. So they took a picture of it and it just looked like a normal bunch of chairs, you know, all stacked together. But when you hear some versions of the story, they're talking about plates all hanging mid-air, balancing on the edges of other plates and pans, which would be impossible for any human to do, right? So, yeah. So what would the future people be trying to communicate to people 1,000 years before, you know, make any sense? Well, I suppose it's not really 1,000 years. Let's see. 1980 to 2001. How many years difference is that? You know, if they could said certain predictions were going to come true, you know, that weren't going to be ones that could be altered, like a war would happen on this particular date and time, but not say what whereabouts it was and how it's going to start. There'd be certain things you could say from the future that couldn't be altered, right? But yeah, just, you know, certain things, if you were in communication with someone in the past that you didn't want the timeline to change, you'd have to be really careful what you said, I guess.
Few hours until starting work at midnight tonight. Barry. Phil 3 years ago 0 likes. Hi everyone, really interesting story and podcast, but I don't understand how Ken got the picture of the Jaguar XJ Coupe to Lucas. I'm assuming Ken had no ability to scan and embed the picture into his message using Edward. Am I missing something?
So
Thanks,
Edward
Phil.
is the name of the word processor that was built into the BBC. These people obviously have read the full book, so some of the comments won't make much sense here.
Phil. Stephen Montavoy 3 years ago 0 likes. Sorry. We probably didn't explain that so well. He actually just left it out, in the kitchen I believe, and it vanished. It was gone for at least a day, I can't remember exactly, and then it eventually reappeared in the house with the scorched edges. They had no idea how it was appeared as Forrest described. There was another document as well that went through the same process. Scott. Phil 3 years ago 0 likes. Thanks for the explanation, Scott. Juliet 3 years ago 0 likes. Thank you for the guacamole recipe. It looks fantastic. As we approach the Halloween season, will there be more recipes on offer? Spooky pumpkin pie? Can't help but notice the computer/time travel connection with the John Titor story. I am currently researching to see if there is anything special about the BBC microcomputer. Perhaps the earlier MOS variety of 6502 CPU is the key to time travel text messaging, if you believe any of this at all.
Yeah.
Marie 3 years ago 0 likes. The BBC computer was actually made by the BBC broadcasters for schools here in the UK. It wasn't a separate brand of computer, it was made by the BBC to help young people get into programming. Jean 3 years ago 0 likes. The first printing press was invented by Gutenberg in 1440. Emily
So
Brown
what?
3 years ago 0 likes. I can't wait for part 2. I've listened to part 1 and have been reading the online copy of the book. This is so much fun and so bizarre. I can't wait to see how things turn out. Juliet 3 years ago 0 likes. Hello. Will there be a link to the video of the fireside chat? I just finished listening to the audio, but would love to see the video if that is available. Thanks so much. Now I will listen to the actual episode. Smiley face. Kevin H 3 years ago 0 likes. Just started listening to the show, and I'll finish after work. But unless there's some sort of Mandela effect going on, the vertical plane did get a re-release. I'll try to find my copy this evening. Kevin H 3 years ago 0 likes. Me again. Yep, I've got a copy that was published in 2018.
Just trying to find some
and
better
it didn't
comments.
cost an arm and a leg. I've included... It's really weird. I remember the whole story about you guys talking about everything. I remember you guys talking about how you got the book from Rich. It was the part about you all talking about a computer that did not have internet connection and how it seemed that they were getting a message from a person from the future as well as the past. I could have sworn that you all spoke about this a few months ago. Elizabeth 3 years ago 0 likes. In regards to Jesus College, both Oxford and Cambridge have constituent colleges named Jesus College. It sounded like you referred to the Oxford College by saying it was founded in 1571, which it was. However, Jesus College Cambridge was founded in 1496, well before Lucas claimed to be living. Maybe I missed something, but couldn't the Jesus College at Cambridge be what he was referring to? Newer post. EP218, The Vertical Plane Part 2. Older post. EP216, The Watseka Wonder Part.
Where's all the other blog things gone to then? Yeah, I don't know. This web page is terrible, isn't it? Sure it was that one that had all the blog notes on. Let's have a look at the other one. Might be on this one. Maybe I got the wrong one. Oh, it's on this one. This is the best one here. I think I kept that one because it had the other bits of the map and the BBC. Yeah, this is the one we should be reading out. This one here. It's a bit format too, so as you can see. And it's got all these big comments. So let's just start off with this one.
Mercurius Politicus. About. A blog, mostly about early modern history. Ghost in the Machine. By Mercurius Politicus. A slightly belated Halloween post. I was 14 when the first season of The X-Files was broadcast on UK television. This was the perfect age to become obsessed with the program's mix of aliens, ghosts, and conspiracy theories. Like Fox Mulder, I wanted to believe. The series sparked an obsession that made me an eager viewer of the other, mostly awful, programs which tried to cash in on the 1990s vogue for the paranormal. Amongst the most awful was a BBC series. It may have been the one presented by Carol Vorderman, although I can't recall for certain, which was a ragbag of strange but true stories presented through dramatic reconstructions.
You can find it on YouTube, by the way.
I can remember very...
it's really badly done, though. And I think they embellished stuff to make it sound a bit better than what actually happened, but anyway.
Very little about it, save for one episode that has always stayed with me. It told the story of a man in the early 1980s who found that his BBC microcomputer had become a conduit through which he could communicate with a man from the 16th century. The latter was mystified by the box of lights which had appeared in his house and accused the computer owner of witchcraft. Gradually, however, as the two carried on their electronic conversations, a more trusting relationship developed. The program concluded by stating that archival research supposedly revealed that the 16th century man had actually existed, and that expert linguists had concluded that the dialect and vocabulary he used was authentic to the period. A few weeks ago, 15 years on, a memory of this story popped back into my head for some reason. Some quick Googling revealed that other people remembered it too, and that the man in question, Ken Webster, had written a book about his experience called The Vertical Plane. Intrigued, I ordered a second-hand copy and spent a happy afternoon reacquainting myself with the story. The book badges itself as a unique supernatural detective story, and one look at the cover gives an early warning that it was published by HarperCollins's Occult Division. You may or may not be relieved to know that this isn't going to be a post about whether Webster's account is true. Instead, I thought it might be interesting to consider Webster's book as a cultural artifact in its own right.
So I don't understand how someone in the past would be able to type out messages on the BBC Micro, unless it was a multiverse where the house in the past was merging from 1980s with the past, and only happened when they were outside the house for some reason. And then how would he know how to power it? So how would the BBC be powered from modern day AC back in 1500 for him to type on it? You see, it's a wee bit suspect, unless you could say that he was a ghost that was actually turning on the computer and typing on it in the house itself. That would make more sense. Maybe in that sense they're relying on that. Maybe the ghost was thinking that he was still alive and he was able to come into reality of the present and interfere with the computer and actually use it. But it gets a bit more weird than that. Apparently he writes it down into a book. His chats with the future, writes a book about it. Somehow it's meant to be hidden in a library, which will, if they could discover it, would prove that that actually did happen. And the book's never been found. Whether that he hid the book in the ground somewhere under a rock, inside the wall or whatever, who knows. But if the book is ever discovered and it turns out to be, like 300 or 400 years old, then it might be able to prove that this thing was legit. But yeah, the adding in the future one makes it a bit more tricky, as you would see. So the guy in the future was called Lucas. In the past.
Webster's book has quite a lot going on beneath the surface, which will perhaps be of interest to early modernists who study texts and the different forms they can take. So this post does two things. First, it summarizes the story Webster sets out in his book. Secondly, it looks at how Webster tells his story, and how his own text and narrative link to early modern ideas about texts and narratives. Webster's story starts in the autumn of 1984, in the village of Dawdleston near to the English border with Wales. He is living in Meadow Cottage, an 18th century house in the middle of the village, with his girlfriend Debbie and friend Nicola. Webster borrows a BBC microcomputer from the school at which teaches, so that Nicola can use the word processor Edward, for others who grew up with the Beeb, to write comedy sketches. All three are alarmed when files start appearing on the computer with messages in an archaic form of English, signed LW. The messages are accompanied by various poltergeist phenomena, such as objects being moved or piled in particular formations. LW gradually reveals himself as Lucas Wainman, living in a house on the side.
So how could it work with my multiverse theory though? So if you got a universe that connects to ours that's in the past, and another universe that's in the future connects to us as well. The this guy's living in that universe, and then suddenly there's a time slip that happens where he's merged into our plane of existence for a brief moment, and he appears in the house which is where he's living, but it looks slightly different, and there's this computer there that's powered up, and he starts playing around with it and typing on messages on it, and then he's sort of transferred back, sat back in a time slip back into his own reality, which probably happens randomly every night. So that's why it could be explained with multiverse theory. And the same with the people in the future, they might also be experiencing the same, and it might only have been happening in that period of 1980 for a year, and then suddenly stopped because maybe as you know, the universes are expanding and changing position all the time. And that portal connection between the past universe, past Earth universe, and the future universe Earth is severed. So yeah, maybe that book he's written is actually in his own universe in that house somewhere in the wall or whatever, but not actually in our Earth universe, if that makes sense. So yeah, I've talked about that before. From the dreams I've got after alien visits of the multiverse theory, that where they come from. And because I wasn't meant to do that one. I was going to click the icon next to it. I'll just quickly skim through it, where it could actually be true, and it could actually work if you sort of wrap your brain around it. So we got planets. We got universes, right? Universe. Past, present, and future. Just keep it simple. There could be more than that, of course. And each of those ones, I'll just get another color, has the same DNA, same matter, but these could be at different ages of development. So this is back in 1500. AD or whatever. This could be current times, well, when the story was done, 1980. And this could be in the future, which was meant to be 2001 AD. And it might be that they just line up, where it suddenly happens that time slips are happening in that particular region, in that town. And of course, in that might be planet Earth, there and there, in that universe, which have a portal connection between, like that. Alright, and it might be like that movie Frequencies or whatever it is, where he communicates with the people in the future saying he should invest in Google shares and Twitter or whatever, Facebook shares. Is it the movie? Or am I just imagining something else? I'm not sure. But yeah, so possible that that house on that on planet Earth as well. So you're talking about also that location, a house somehow connected to that portal. And they talk about Lee lines in the book, which are meant to be imaginary energy connections between key places on the planet. Didn't actually draw it very well, did it? There's a little blue dot there. It was meant to be planet. Meant to be the house on planet Earth. Something like that there. But you get what I mean. So that makes more sense. That they're not actually talking to someone in the past on our current Earth or in the future, but talking a multiverse. That's why I wanted to talk to the investigator. I've reached out to him, but never got any reply. But apparently he has approached Robert Farmer and discussed it and said why he was scared off to him to keep it private. But he might be able to come on and actually tell us in basic terms what he said, that or whatever it was that might scared him off. I don't know if he can do that or not, but that would be handy. But it looks like he's got a sore back and all that, and can't sit down too long to do live streams anymore. So yeah, we'll just go back to the story. So just keep that model in your head and how this can relate to it. Or it could be just a really clever hoax and the UFO investigator guy got fooled somehow. But unless we know exactly what scared him off, whether anyone could have actually known that thing that he was told to scare him off, I don't know. Maybe the guy was told 3 days' time, your father's going to die, and it happened. Maybe something like that, you know. But yeah, he was told not to reveal anything that was told to him because it could be drastic. So I thought this story was interesting, and I thought I would reach out to that Jack Safati that hates my guts. I said, have you heard about this vertical plane? Sounds very similar to your story of the phone call from the future. Oh no, I haven't. Can you send me the details? So I emailed him all the details. Whether he got it or not, I don't know, because I think I was being blocked by his email. But anyway, it doesn't matter if he got it or not. But if that's the case, all we need to do is get hold of a BBC Edward chip and repeat the experiment and see if we can get in communication with the future people. Because they said to this investigator, if he gets his own computer, Edward, and sets it up in his apartment, they can carry on communicating. He was too scared to do that. He was scared off it completely. And very scared even today. But I think Robert said the guy got cancer, but had managed to beat it. So I'm just wondering if there was some strange radiation happening, because there is mention that portals cause gamma rays. Whether maybe it was going to affect him in the future and kill him. And how would the future people know about this investigator and give them validness to what was going on? So yeah, it's a complex story. Like I said, with my bad eyes, I can't read the book properly, but this is one way we can get around it by making it into an audio book. It would be good to be able to get the book and actually just read the whole book on a live stream, wouldn't it? And just go through it and discuss it, but we can't do that because of copyright nonsense, right?
Site of Meadow Cottage during Henry VIII's marriage to Catherine Parr, i.e. at some point between 1543 and 1547. He kept various livestock on the land around his house. He had been married with a son, but both wife and child died of the plague in 1517. He had studied at Brasenose College, Oxford, and knew Erasmus, having met him 3 times in all. A friend of Lucas's then starts communicating. It turns out that Lucas has been arrested and is being held by the local sheriff, Sir Thomas Falshurst, due to his communications with the lightbox, or Liemsboist as Lucas calls it, in his house. The friend also reveals that Lucas is a pseudonym. Lucas is then released and held under house arrest,
well, it has got a
resuming
screen on it,
communication and confessing how scared he
it
is
would
of
have
the
been a
fate
green
that could
screen
await
as well.
him. He also reveals that the Liemsboist was brought to his house by someone called One, from the year 2109. Lucas had been under the impression that Webster was also from 2109 until the latter says that he is living in 1985. An unnamed contact from 2109 then starts leaving impenetrable messages on the BBC, saying that the events they are experiencing have a wider purpose. In the meantime, Webster and his friends try to think of a way to save Lucas's life. They remember a chance reference by Lucas to Henry Mann, Dean of Chester, and find information in the present that Mann had in 1533 communicated with Elizabeth Barton, the so-called Maid of Kent. Barton was a Catholic nun who had made prophecies critical of Henry VIII's marriage to Anne Boleyn, and who was executed as a result in 1534.
Time doesn't exist. Yeah, that's true. Time is just a concept, man, just to give us, I don't know, reality to our lives. Time always goes forward, so our perception always goes forward. So we can't actually go back and change things. But people like Jack Safati reckons the people he talked to are really from our future, and time travel must exist, and they wanted him to get into physics and help develop the machine for the time travel or whatever. That hasn't happened. So, yeah. I'm not into space-time and all that concept, and anyone that believes space-time reckons the maths reckons they can then go back in time and all that sort of nonsense. I think that's why it's wrong. It can't do. But the multiverse theory, as I explained, which I've got through dreams, through the contact of alien greys since, of what they are and what it's all about, makes more sense, right? We talked about me seeing things disappear across the room in an instant, like through a portal, and then they just vanish in a blink of an eye again in the same spot. They always return back to the same spot before they vanished, which I thought was interesting. So, yeah. Multiverse theory of portals and time slips and time travelers makes more sense now. You've heard about the guy flying over the Bermuda Triangle. Suddenly he was 2 hours off extra on his flight. He went through a cloud that was a circular cloud, which sounds very much like a portal, and popped out the other end, and suddenly it was clear skies, and was in the coast off the airport, right? And they had missing time, 2 hours went past within a few minutes. So I think it's possible when you start looking at all the different strange accounts out there. Not everybody can be mental and telling lies. But it sort of makes sense with the multiverse idea is what I'm saying here. And this story might be one of them that might actually be legit. Although a lot of people have doubted it, saying that some of the old English wasn't said that way back then. And that meant most likely they manufactured it to write the book from it, to make money from it. So I don't know, but the problem is this UFO researcher went there to look at how the computer was getting messages and all that, and said it was really happening. But no camera was set up to watch it. But we're talking about 1980s back then. Was it early VHS tapes back then? I think it was, wasn't it? So, yeah. So that's why I wanted to get him on the show, so we can question him and understand how he investigated, whether he could have been fooled or messed up somewhere. But he stuck the whole computer in a Faraday cage, and he also put written hand notes in envelopes on top of the cage, and they got, when he reopened them, he found that there was the replies added to it. So that means someone would have to get copies of the envelopes, by the sounds of it, duplicate his handwriting. Well, they probably wouldn't need to do that. Just simply write at the bottom of it and put it back in an envelope and then stick it on top again. So I suppose he could have been fooled by these guys that wrote the book. But still a very interesting story.
In 1534, Webster gives this information to Lucas to use as a bargaining chip with the sheriff. However, it doesn't work, and Lucas goes on trial regardless, but is kept alive to keep the light box working. During this period, Thomas Falshurst begins to use the box to communicate with Webster, and it emerges that events are happening in 1546. Communication is re-established with Lucas, but with further intervention and inscrutable comments from 2109. Webster and Lucas begin to suspect that 2109 is changing their messages, and develop a system where Lucas starts communicating with paper and charcoal left out for him in the present. Lucas, meanwhile, is able somehow to see and hear Webster in the past. Though this means Lucas reveals that his real name is Tomas Harden, a graduate of Brasenose, who had been dean of the chapel.
It's a bit more complicated. The people from the future, they reckon, is changing the messages from the guy in the past, so it doesn't influence the current. Sounds like a good sci-fi movie.
There, but was expelled in 1538 for refusing to expunge the name of the Pope from a book in the chapel, as was required by law after the break with Rome. 2109 become extremely irritated that Webster has learnt Wayman's real name, and demand that he stops disrupting their experiments. Eventually, the Grosvenor family, Harden's landlords, demand that he leaves his house. Harden leaves a final message wishing Webster and his friends well, and stating that he will go to Bristol to buy a horse, then see if he is welcome again at Brasenose. He says that he will write a book about the events, and hopes that someday they might meet so he can read Webster's book and Webster his. Harden is then never heard from again, although Webster finds a reference to him, or at least someone with his name, becoming vicar at Little Barrington in Gloucestershire from 1551 to 1554. The tale is rounded off with some final, ever cryptic communications from 2109.
Almost sounds like the other good TV show called The Outlander, the Scottish guy and English woman. She goes to a Stonehenge wearing some sort of ruby, and some sort of portal saps her from her current times into the past in Scotland. It's a fairly good show as well. I'll post a link to it, but this story sounds very much like that. But it doesn't use stone hinges or rubies or anything. It's called Outland, I think. There we go. I suppose everybody's watched it. There's a bit of sex scenes in it too, and a lot of nudity. So it's very popular, I guess. Must be another season due soon. Takes forever to come out. Still going. 2014 was it? So, yeah, I think they probably have to write more for the TV show to keep on going, because I think the books only went to a certain point in history. They got the trailer there, they probably could play. Just checking something there on email. So I'll just post it around here. Before I do that, I'll just quickly read the comments because I scroll off. Time doesn't exist, structure, yes, and laser disc. Thank you, man. Okay, let's just post it in here. So you got all these show recommendations that you should be watching for me today. Another show. It gets better as it progresses though. Did not work. Alright, it did. I had a wee bit of think there. But yeah, That's a time traveling one, of course. Where's the pause thing gone? I lost it. Right, wrong screen, wrong browser. I thought I lost it for a minute.
From 2109. One of the themes which emerges most strongly from the vertical planes narrative is the instability of texts. Webster's ghost is a textual ghost. Although Hardin seems able to see and hear what is happening in the present, Webster himself never sees Hardin, although his girlfriend, Debbie, sees him in her dreams on several occasions.
Please hit a like
Instead,
on the show on
he primarily
YouTube if you're
interacts
watching
with
there.
Hardin through various
Or
forms
on
of textual
any of the
communication,
domains.
none of which the reader can rely on. Through the letters on Webster's computer monitor. Some of these, Webster never knows which, are altered in subtle ways by 2109. Others are deleted by mistake, meaning that Webster has to summarize what he can recollect of them. Through printed copies of those same letters. A number of these are also subsequently lost, and again we rely on Webster's memory of them for the content of his narrative. Through manuscript notes which Hardin scratches onto surfaces in the present-day Meadow Cottage, or writes on scraps of paper. The materiality of these notes inclines Webster to place the most faith in them, even though they are often the shortest and most cryptic of Hardin's statements. Hardin communicates through different identities, directly as Lucas Wainman, then as Tomas Hardin, and secondhand through an unnamed friend and through the sheriff Thomas Foulshurst. He also sets traps for Webster, in attempt to assess whether he is really from the future. For example, he claims to have done his degree at Jesus College, Oxford, which at that time did not exist. Anyone from the future, Hardin reasons, would surely know there is no such thing as Jesus College and that it is nonsensical to claim to have studied there. Webster, meanwhile, sees this as a mistake which...
Of course, the other commenter on the other website said that might have been a mistake, remember? So, yeah, a lot of people are going to study this and pull it to bits, right?
Which could point to the presence of a hoaxer. And Webster and Hardin themselves also take steps to further mediate how their texts are received. Both try to modify their grammar and vocabulary so as to make it easier for the other to understand. Hardin also modifies his handwriting to try to make it as clear as possible. Webster's own narrative then further mediates Hardin's by translating his texts. Hardin's original is presented in uppercase, with a rendering in modern English below in lowercase as with this example. Mine goodly fool mine linkman think that thou art be Allen mine pan saith that me mocketh like de Vinster, but I know ya live NOWE he ALS saith that mine blood be poisoned and that it be mine weak hind fancy, but loon me nat methinken told a him, so I ALS side tis like Faramgold and that to hold it close till me WRYTS boop. My pleasant fool, my servant, thinks that you are all in my head. He says I act like a seer, but I know you live now. He also says that my blood is poisoned and that it is my weak-hinged imagination,
so
but I am not mad, I think,
normal
and
English.
Told him so. I also said it is like fairy gold, that he should keep it secret until I write a book. The result is a patchwork of overlapping, unstable narratives, which through their structure resist any attempt to derive a true version of the story. Hardin makes this point explicitly at one stage. Methink yow arn a history book that hath its fronte and back skwa and join it, we arn each aside. I think we are a history book that has its front and back pages joined together. We are each aside of it. Indeed, Hardin states at various points that he is writing his own book about these events, a completely alternative meta-narrative to set against Webster's, albeit one that the reader is not privy to. Others clearly are, though. 2109 say that Hardin's book will be found one day. We are left, as a result, with the impression that yet another side to the story remains to be told.
Because in the wrong universe.
The way in which layers of different textual forms impose themselves upon each other, adding to or contradicting each other, is not unlike the way in which the real Hardin might have experienced the textual culture of 16th century England. The bound, printed and unannotated book was by no means the prevailing manifestation of textual culture in early modern England. Textual forms which to modern eyes appear much less settled than print interacted both in partnership and in tension with the printed book. Commonplace books reproduced text from printed sources while at the same time subverting it to the owner's own needs. Manuscript newsletters coexisted with printed newsbook. Printed almanacs provided space for owners to handwrite their own annotations. While we are used to looking for linear, narrative compositions put together by a clear author and generating a fixed meaning, early modern writers and readers were willing to cut and paste material from different types and forms of texts, to create texts embedded within texts or texts that coexisted alongside others. People creating and using early modern texts had a much more creative understanding of the possibilities of textual culture than we have, until recently, given them credit for. Given all this, the ease with which Webster's 16th century counterpart adjusts to the different forms of communicating with him is perhaps not so far-fetched. Harden's sense of confusion and wonder is reserved for the Leem's Boist. Where has it come from, and how does it glow so? But he adjusts very quickly to communicating with Webster in different textual media, and becomes adept at flitting back and forth between them. As a student at Brasenose, he would no doubt have been just as adept at negotiating printed and manuscript versions of texts. He alludes to a relaxed attitude about remixing different forms when Webster leaves out a picture of Erasmus which subsequently disappears, taken by Harden back to his own time. Thank ye for thy portraying me shelf hath it portrayed in mine book of yow time. Thank you for the picture. I shall have it put in my book about your time. Webster's narrative is, on the surface, a supernatural detective story which strives after truth. Who was Thomas Harden? Did he really exist? Were his communications real, or faked by someone with a good knowledge of the sources? Webster's character devotes considerable energy during the early days of the haunting, if that is what it was, to researching early modern Chester and its surroundings. He is jubilant when Thomas Falshurst, the first verifiable character they come across, makes an appearance. He is even more jubilant when Robin Pedell, an assistant librarian in 1980's Brasenose, identifies Harden in the college records and Harden confirms who he is. But it is significant that Webster's character also quickly grows fed up with this quest for truth. I became bored. I wanted to go home, to read about something else. And so Webster's book can also be read, exercising one's freedom as a reader, as an exploration of the relativity of truth. There is not just ambiguity in Webster's narrative, there is layer upon layer of ambiguity, driven by the way he sets out his different narratives. Whether they are intended to echo the writing and reading practices of Harden's contemporaries is not clear. But it is also, perhaps, not the point. Texts in whatever form are unstable, shifting media that resist attempts by authors to impose a fixed meaning.
The future communication. Alright, we're just getting to the end now. It looks like it's going to go on, but most of this is all to do with comments, people reacting to the story. Yeah, but he hasn't got any of the future comments. When you start looking at the future comments, they're more interesting than the past ones. But of course, they can only research characters from the past to see if they existed, rather than because we don't know what the future holds.
Meaning upon them. In reading Webster's story, I have found my own meaning in it. In retelling it, I have used a particular structure, a long-form blog post, in a particular medium, the electronic text, both of which will shape how it is received. And in reading it, you will no doubt impose your own meanings on my telling of Webster's telling of Harden's life. Whether you read it as fact, metaphor, or a simple ghost story, I hope you enjoyed it.
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting tale, isn't it? But yeah, let's see. So these are all the comments, but the guy pops on here, the investigator. So it's talking about the BBC program. When's he come on? So what's it to have happened upon this blog? You can see a lot of people. Oh, here he is, Gary. That's his name. So let's read it from there then. Let's see if we can get it going.
Share this.
Not too far down.
Related. Pamphlets and Programming 8 April 2008 inches Digital History. A Christmassy Post 24 December 2009 inches Books. Poltergeist 29 October 2008.
And down here. No, we must have clicked on the link. Ah, shit. Demo. Recently closed history. It doesn't do it the same as. Let me get the link up again. Let's just get into the interesting bit. That one. Hearing from the investigator. That's what we want to hear from. So can I get this reader going when we click down?
Mercurius Politicus. About.
Okay, let's see.
Sages, in my opinion, do have a pedigree and did not just occur out of the blue.
Okay.
The only difference is that the messages were communicated via a computer, although written messages were also scrawled on the floor of the cottage in Dawdleston. It would be great to communicate with you also, High Priestess 2017, and to share ideas in this case, as well as to research, as I note that you have a background in pro-aped by German researchers, and his distaste in continuing the experiment is evident. As for Debbie, she continues an interest in the affair and has occasionally posted comments about it, including this blog.
Debbie is a woman with Ken.
I cannot speak for Nick, but it is unlikely that he has contact
but
with
we want
Ken.
to go back to.
I don't know if the message that you have for Ken is a personal and private one, though, but feel free to share it with others through this blog, or with me
got a
privately.
sub, have we?
I would certainly like to know more, because we have to seek to identify the originator of the messages, and without a background to the messages that you have received, we have no way of knowing whether an imposter entity is utilizing the means of communication to engage with you.
These
the astral
messages
reality
go on forever.
is full of has been taken down. I think
we'll get it right in a minute. Hang on. Things go wrong with the reader, as you know. If you accidentally click anywhere on the page, it starts reading from that point onwards. But we wanted to get to read from that point onwards. That's such a long page, because the way the blog is added onto the end. You can see it's really long. So we read all that. Got down there. Okay, now we're getting back to where we were. Because we're running out of time now, aren't we? I know once I started it'd get more interesting. Gary. It was after here, wasn't it? Can we get it to read? Gotta be careful of click links.
interest is going to balloon after the MU podcast.
No.
I got my second-hand copy, though, and it was not cheap. But considerably cheaper than the £500.
Oh, here we go. Might get it now.
I bingo Barnes. Firstly, my advice is to try much harder to obtain a copy of the book.
Okay, no, that wasn't the comment. See, he answers everybody. He didn't answer me. Okay, I think that was meant to be where we were meant to be going, but yeah, can we get up there though? Not too far away now.
Book. I have had a communication that intimates that a film company are at last considering making this into a film. I do not know if you can realize the implications
I
of
think
this.
that's where we want to get to, up here.
Many
Okay, we'll go
people
from
are
here.
highly skeptical about the events related in the vertical plane book. Quite rightly so, given the degree of strangeness, but I am not. I had the opportunity to investigate these happenings firsthand. No, I am not some away with the fairies wishful believer. I investigated with professional detachment, not bothered what I would find. Fake or fact. I left no stone unturned and used cutting-edge science to get to the truth. In fact, I believe it was the first computer-controlled psychic investigation recorded in the world. I don't care two hoots if nobody ever believes it. I know it really happened. It changed my life forever. IT is going to change yours. The book will one day be ISBN recoded under the history section. It is a monumental historical marker in the ribbon of time.
Hey, Boy Scout, how's it going?
Reply. Vasquezabrams. February 24th, 2017 at 3:49 a.m. Gary, I have not had the privilege to read the book, but am another person who was lucky enough to stumble upon the story through the Mysterious Universe podcast and find the implications fascinating.
Okay.
While I'm far from understanding the topics the story broaches upon, I've been on my own quest in a way to understand the universe, and I feel like your involvement in the topic showcases that you know something important. Will the public ever get to hear your side of the story? Reply. Gary Rowe. February 24th, 2000.
Boy Scouts, you're a wee bit late now, but maybe next time you can pop around and get on voice chat and talk about your drones or whatever, and we can go from there. We're just talking about this interesting case that's meant to be, because UK was well known for time slips, where people would experience strange things, country lanes, going back in old cottages, and then coming back into their current time, including wartime pilots coming back from war, finding that the airfield is abandoned, and then they fly around again, and then there's a lightning flash or something, and then they're back in their own time again. And see that it's a busy airport again. But we'll just finish up on this. What's the time now? We get up to 5 hours, I suppose. It's 4:20 now, so let's just keep on going a bit.
February 24th, 2017 at 8:32 p.m. Thank you for your inquiry. I would only ever be able to tell more if 2109 said that I should. I can of course talk as much as I wish regarding the general events. The equipment I used, and my involvement, there is much you could glean from studying the book at length. There are a lot of clues, sadly, in between the lines. Best wishes, Gary. Bingo Barnes.
He's not going to be really
April
helpful
3rd,
to us.
2017 at 6:14 p.m. Hello, Gary. You mentioned in recent posts that you could speak regarding the general events. You also mentioned that you shouldn't underestimate the capabilities of 2109. Can you elaborate on that? Also, what was the nature of your sealed envelope communications between yourself and 2109?
Exactly.
The Mysterious Universe podcasts mentioned that there were objects passed. What were they? Since the vertical plane book is so difficult to obtain these days, can you speak specifically about your side of the story? Also, have you had any further communication between yourself and 2109? I appreciate and look forward to your response.
Lots of questions.
Reply.
No answers.
Gary Rowe. April 4th, 2017 at 7:40 p.m. Hi Bingo Barnes. Firstly, my advice is to try much harder to obtain a copy of the book. I have had a communication that intimates that a film company are at last considering making this into a film. I do not know if you can realize the implications of this, but basically if you think that the book is hard to get now and expensive, just wait until it has become a film. I would think that this will turn out to be quite a good investment. After all, my £3.99 copy is now worth hundreds. I cannot believe that it has taken this long for some film company to see the potential in this story. After all, it would be ideal to rewrite in their own way and just say it is based on a true story. I do hope that they do not change it in any way. I know that Hay would regret it later. RE, the capabilities of 2109. If you can believe that they were able to actually, physically, travel hundreds of years into the past to deliver the apparatus/machine/computer/monitor? The Leams must, that made communications possible in those not-so-technical days. Add to this their ability to put messages into a modern non-doctored BBC computer despite it being inside a Faraday shield and only connected to the electricity via a mains cleaner filter. Coupled with this, they also knew all of my personal details that no one but me were privileged to. What else might you suppose that they are capable of? You can assume that any questions that I have not answered here are currently out of bounds for me to answer. If you read the book, you will have many other questions, some of which I would hope I may be able to answer. I hope that I have been of some small use. My best wishes to you and anyone looking into this incredible happening. Regards, Gary. Xerxes X at Be Charming. December 4th, 2017 at 4:04 a.m.
In a minute.
The vertical plane is being re-released on December 14th, 2017. You may purchase on Amazon.co.uk for about $23 US. I've wanted this title for a very long time. https://www.amazon.co. Steve Scarrett. August 2nd, 2022 at 4:07 p.m. Hi. Thankfully, there is now a second edition available in paperback on Amazon. £14.99. Alex de Grenier. April 20th, 2017 at 5:47 p.m. Gary, I have recently obtained a copy of the book and just finished reading it. I will continue studying it as you say there is much to learn and clues to find. I know you will not talk about your personal communications with 2109, but might speak about the general event.
Yeah,
Do you know if anyone has searched for Thomas Harden's book? Do you know what has become of the cottage in Dawdleston now? 2109 says that a person will come along to help, and that Ken will know who that person is. What do you think of that? I would love to talk to you more personally about the event. Some of the things I have read in this book are shocking. The eyes are open yet nothing do you see. The gray retarding mass is your convict. Quietly, alone he sits in the dark waiting for sentence to be passed, and demanding through the eyes of the blind of unspoken questions to answers of ethereal kind. The soul he is the traveler, chain nor bar can hold him to frail flesh. Here is the ruler of time and space. Here is your God. How would one begin to go about contacting 2109? I know you say there is a price to pay,
BBC.
just as 2109 tells Ken and Deb and Peter there is a price to pay, and for the man who is prepared to lose mind, body and soul must step forward. Is the information too complex for us to comprehend? Reply. Allison Thurman, at a.non. May 28th. 2017 at 8:41 p.m. I'm another who only discovered the Dawdleston Messages story through the MU podcast. I'm reading this thread with interest, though I have little insight to offer. You're so lucky to have found the book. I'm trying to get a copy through my local library to no avail, as yet. Mr. Rowe, if the vertical plane does become a film, what are the odds that it might be reprinted? Gary Rowe. May 29th, 2017 at 3:21 p.m. Greetings, Allison. Sorry, I can't answer your question properly. I had nothing to do with the book. Or its sales. I suspect that you are right. If it does become a film, then I would have thought they would reprint the book. Though it is usually the other way round. Glad you got a copy. That is quite an achievement in
You
itself.
can find the PDF
Hang
online
on
if
to
you
it,
try
as it will
hard
go
enough.
up in value. Best wishes, Gary. New Century News. June 20th, 2017 at 1:14 p.m. Hey Alex, would you consider photocopying your copy of the vertical plane and posting it
No.
online?
Copyright
Or
infringement.
emailing it to me? I've been searching everywhere for it, but can't find it anywhere. So it's not a waste of your time. I can pay you? Gary Rowe. June 21st, 2017 at 7:39 p.m. Hi all interested in reading the VP. If you are one of the lucky ones who own a copy, why don't you consider renting it out to others? You could charge a high deposit which you could partially refund after its safe return. Alex de Grenier. April 20th, 2017 at 6 p.m. Sorry if I've asked too much. I am very interested. In one message, when 2109 says to put your computer into Edward/star, they mention geographic location is usually essential. Would contact with them require being closer to the U.K? Also, in the same message, they say, may we remind you that you have seen some of our handiwork
the location, the GPS coordinates. Again, that'd be crucial to multiverse portal connection, right? I think they said they're going to lose communication, so it sounded to me like they were losing alignment to be able to create the portal to interact with the computer, right? So yeah, location is everything, obviously.
Work Canada? What does this mean? Are they referencing a paranormal/UFO event? Reply. Gary Rowe. April 21st, 2017 at 10:41 a.m. Hi Alex, thanks for the emails.
So I actually looked into this. They mentioned the 2109 mentioned about he would find something in Canada that was them. And if you remember right, in Canada around about that time was an event that happened called Charlie Red Star. And what's interesting about that, it sort of connects into the story, I think. And that's why I wanted to talk to Gary about it, because he was still trying to figure it out. And I think it's Charlie Red Star. Because if you add up the numbers of the letters and stuff, it comes out to 7. The magic number. 777 or whatever. Let's see. 1, 2. Can't remember now. I had it all written down. Charlie, how many letters is that? C-H-A-E-I-E. What's that? 7? 7, Red Star, 8, 9, 10. Now 10's a special number. I can't remember how the numerology works now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Charlie Red Star. Oh, I forgot star. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. What did they do to calculate that out? Well, Charlie's 7 letters. Oh, Red Star is 7 letters. Red Star, yeah. So you've got 7, 7 there, right? I think they're referring to that, because he finds that in numerology that his name ends up being 7. And his phone number ends up being 7, and his street address ends up being 7 in numerology. And you think that's why he was picked. And oddly enough, I did my own check on that, my name and date, and his date of birth apparently ends up being 7. I did it on mine, it ends up being exactly the same, which is kind of interesting. So I thought maybe he needs to contact me because it's got something going on there. But yeah, but a lot of people have found that their street address, phone numbers, and names all end up with 7s. So obviously it's a common thing anyway. But yeah, he talks about it here.
Glad to see you were able to get a copy of the book. That in itself is quite an achievement these days. There is much that you can discover reading between the lines with care. I believe that 2109 have manipulated all concerned without their knowing it. That I believe also includes Ken Webster to pen exactly that which they are happy for ordinary skeptics to know, but also slightly more hidden/deeper information for the much wiser person to use in order to gain information which they would like them to know. As far as I am aware, the cottage is still standing. Could that person be me? You asked how would one go about contacting 2109. First you should determine why you would want to contact them. If it is to seek information from them, forget it. I believe they have left as much information as they are willing to reveal at the present time. They are not to be played with. They are not a correspondence school. You don't contact them, they contact you. Perhaps if you consider why they picked me,
sounds
you
like
might
aliens.
discover how you could make yourself available, should they wish to contact you. But know this, you must be a man of your word. They would have no difficulty in making you understand what they are saying. They can make the difficult easy to comprehend. I believe that they can make communication possible anywhere of their choosing. And it would seem through any kind of media. As for Canada, you have the same clue here as had. I am happy to have found an answer. Impress me, and possibly 2109, go find yours.
Charlie Redster,
Thomas
I think I
Harwood's
found
book
it.
has not been found yet. I have answered your questions as best I am able. My advice to anyone interested in this event, there is a wealth of information in the book. Use common sense and also try to read between the lines a bit. Best wishes with your research. There is much you could
if
learn.
you remember Charlie Redstar, a strange red light appeared in the sky over Canada, and they didn't know what it was. Well, what if it turned out to be a portal connection, right? That was them trying to connect from their Earth into ours through a portal from one universe to the other. So maybe they did that, but in the process they connected also the portal from our Earth to the other universe where they're back in time. So yeah, eventually that Charlie Redstar one disappeared, you know. Grant Cameron was about the only thing decent he did was to cover that story there. And it happened in Canada. Charlie Redstar. I'll just go Grant Cameron. Charlie Redstar. Have we got a quick summary of it? UFO sightings. Charlie Redstar. True reports. Amazon again. Books. There's all advertising first. We just want a summary of what it was about. Grant Cameron, that's about the only thing he did that was any good. Is there a wiki on it? Want something that's quickly summarized for us. Charlie Redstar. The UFO was named Charlie Redstar, but was it a UFO or just a portal? Some sort of experiment happening from the multiverse. Charlie Angels. Charlie Redstar. Okay, let's just have a quick read of that one. That might be a summary. Canada. Falcon Lake, Shagga Harbour. Charlie Red Star, where is it? Yeah, I thought 78, 75. Doesn't quite say, does it? Let's see. 75, is it? Here we go. Charlie Red Star, several citizens reported of a red glowing UFO, sometimes described as mischievous and playful, sighted in southern Manitoba in 1975. So it was before this event of the book in 76. So they're saying that 2009, I think they're saying their presence was in Canada and you should be able to find out about it. I reckon it was Charlie Red Star because of the 7-7, but that's just my theory anyway.
Learn. CLUE for genuine seekers. Though perhaps I should not tell you this, try looking at chapter 7. Please let me know how you get on.
So that's something else that happened.
Gary.
And then we got chapter 7 here. Here's the magic number 7 coming in. But there was also in the original book 2 chapters 7 of all things. So Charlie Red Star's 7-7 and 2 chapter 7. So yeah, I still think Charlie Red Star was the reference to Canada there.
Gary. P.S. Hang on to your copy of the book as it looks like it is just about to get more valuable. Alex de Grenier. April 21st, 2017 at 5:12 p.m. Gary, thank you so much for the information and for replying so quickly. I suppose we better wrap up soon. People will be dropping off I'm
now.
replying to your comment since I can't reply to the one you left me for some reason. I don't really want to contact 2109 for information. I'm just very interested in the messages between Ken and 2109 regarding Fermat's last theorem and calling 2109's bluff. I think if anyone in the world were to know if they were the person, you would probably most likely, as it seems you have had the most meaningful/intimate contact with them. In the book, 2109 says that a person will come, which is after they tell Ken and Deb to contact you. So my belief right now is that the person to come is maybe the person meant to find Thomas's book. I'll continue to study the book and read
maybe it was
between
meant
the
to be
lines,
Paul Skinner.
especially chapter 7. Thank you for the clues.
He wasn't
Reply.
interested in talking to me though.
Gary Rowe. April 21st, 2017 at 6:53 p.m. Hi Alex, glad you finally got my message. Always interesting to hear what others think about it all. You expressed an interest about Fermat's last theorem. As you saw in the book, this question was put to 2109 as a way to determine if they were from the future when a solution might have been found. You will note, 2109 did not decline to provide an answer, but it was conditional. The question putter was not prepared to accept the condition. So no solution was forthcoming. I have an imaginary scenario to put before you. For your meditation. Imagine, if you will, this. You end up in the same situation. i.e., trying to prove to your own satisfaction that 2109 is real, and that they may be from the future. You would need to come up with questions that would positively reveal the truth to your satisfaction. Ones that only people from the future might be able to answer. You have decided that you would accept any conditions, unlike your predecessor. Perhaps you might think that others had already come up with one, quite good question to include in your investigation. Trouble is, this is a very complex piece of mathematics that has stumped the world's top scientists and mathematicians, the experts, the good and the great, for years. If they told you the answer was 42, forgive me, I obviously made this up. It would probably be meaningless to you. It most certainly would be to me.
7-7.
Mathematics is my worst subject, unless you had access to one of the world's mathematical geniuses, the answer would be useless to you as proof. Even trying to contact them with the answer would cause a sensation, as you would then be heralded as the discoverer. But suppose that you were told that you could have the answer anyway, and that you would find it correct in the near future. Might you not still consider having the answer amongst your arsenal of testing questions? Strangely enough, the answer to Fermat's last theorem was discovered a year or two later. I am not telling you that any of this did take place. Just a scenario to contemplate. One that I obviously had to contemplate. It is harder than you can imagine to come up with a question that will produce a definite hit. For one thing, however far into the future you perceive them be, it does not mean that the events you cite will have yet happened yet. Perhaps never. Sit down and try this for yourself. You will see what I mean. It could be that unlike me you will find this easy. I would love to hear how you get on. Glad you are looking at chapter 7. This might open up a whole new ballgame for you. Regards, Gary. Alex de Grenier. April 21st, 2017 at 10:48 p.m. Gary. That is an incredibly complex scenario. I understand what you mean in that it is seemingly impossible to ask a question that could produce a definite hit. It seems as though the only category of question that could be asked is one that is either unanswerable today with our current technology, or one that just hasn't been answered yet. I suppose once the answer to the question is obtained, one must just wait on it and see if the future was correct. Still, as you say, maybe the event never happens. It is not a sure way. I thought the Fermat...
Because, say, when's the next big earthquake over 7 going to happen in California? Because that's overdue. When you could say one in New Zealand. When's the Alpine fault line going to go? And you could give a date and time. But you want someone to convince someone that's not going to be years ahead, but you want to convince someone that you're real, that you are from the future, or future multiverse, where the same things happen in each universe, but they're in different time frames. You should be able to predict things. You could say Pope John Paul was going to die next week, and it happens. So that might have been what happened there. I don't know what that was in the 80s, wasn't it? And that might convince them. Or someone's going to win 100 million on Lotto in 2 months' time, or whatever. You know, you could have a whole things that you could tell someone in the past to watch out for, which wouldn't be able to change the end result. And you could prove that they're legit.
Fermat theorem was a pretty good question because, hypothetically, one could just sit on the answer and wait until it is solved. But if it isn't solved, or you don't find out about it, it isn't really proof. If you present the answer to someone who has the means of figuring it out, you have them presented them the answer, making it seem as though you solved it. I suppose that I personally were the mathematical genius, and could propose a question that hadn't been solved. Learning the answer and checking it may be enough. It is incredibly difficult to think of what to ask, if I were to even ask anything. I guess if I were in a position to ask questions, anything at all, I would just ask what I should do. What I'm still thinking about is what the Wish 2109 asks for, and what the new conversation formula is. The price of the answer is the loss of mind, body, or soul, as they say. Let the man who is willing to lose these step forward. This is the price to pay for learning the answer to Fermat's theorem/proof they are from the future. At that point, the question would seem meaningless, as to lose your soul is to lose all.
Anyway, I'm just gonna skim on a wee bit here. Like I said, I went through all this reading it all, and it just goes on and on and on. But he gets into numerology at some time, chapter 7. So he's getting there, but we got to skip there somehow.
If I could ask questions at all, maybe I would just ask what to do. They say that our kind are getting their fingers burnt, and they are right.
Okay,
but that Ken and Deb may prevent. Nick, well done. Good reasoning on your part, one thought. You seem like you are really determined to get to the bottom of the vertical plane mysteries. I can't understand why the rest of the thousands who have read this book have not attempted to determine the truth or otherwise of this exceptional out there event. I have only had a handful of contacts regarding this since the book was published. Probably because it requires a great deal of swallowing in the first instance. Sometimes / very occasionally the most way out things do become a reality. Had you told me about any of today's technology when I was young, I would have laughed and deemed you a nutcase. But here I am typing away on my computer sending you messages down a wire. Chapter 7. Yes, it was the fact that there is a print error and the book has got 2 chapter 7s. Is this just an accident? Or an orchestrated accident? Ponder this, if 2109 are as powerful as they intimate to be. Then is it not reasonable to assume that they are capable of bringing about any result that they would wish? If they were from the future, then they would know in advance that Ken Webster would write the book. Do you not think that they would make sure that the written record of these events were as they would wish them to be recorded? Right down to the correct printing. By the way, it was not until many months later that someone pointed out to me about the chapters. I then began to look at things in more detail. But 2109 would have known this too. CLUE sad face, this was also my clue to what was going on. What are the first 2 characters printed on the second chapter 7? Do you know anything about Chaldean numerology? I can tell you that
So he's getting into numerology there, and he starts to see patterns and numbers. So what is he saying? The first 2 characters printed on the thing. So what was on the chapter then? I'd have to go and look it up. 2 letters. TH, normally the. I don't know.
2109 do. They are the only ones to have known that I had studied Chaldean numerology. And how important it is to me. If I knew that one of the most important aspects about you was your love for or knowledge of some very obscure or bizarre interest. Say that you collected frogs. And you knew that I was aware of this also. Then any time I wished to indicate my hand was in some event, or to let you know that I was about, I would only have to mention frogs, by way of a calling card. Even now, long after the event, I ***n% $pound. Hope you find this interesting. I have enjoyed our communication. As I have had time to write during my break from my many activities over the last couple of weeks, but after today it is back to my duties. I am booked to give a talk next Tuesday at Elanasa. So will continue to do my best to answer any questions you may have, as I feel this is also one of my duties. But it will be much shorter.
So Gary Roll, you can actually find him about in Wales. Of course he's aged a lot now. Is it Swansea that was part of? Swansea UFO group or something? Gary Roll, here we go. Is that him? Gary Roll, researcher lecturer, Wells. What do you have to put in UFO? Is it Rose or Rolls? Let's just double check. Gary, okay, no S. So you can find them if you look for them. UFO. There you go. UFO cases from North Wales. So it looks like he's written a book. UFO Files 2023. Gary. The Black Vault. Wendy Jones speaks to Gary Rolls about. Goes off on another mystical. Okay, let's have a look at that one. Black Vaults. So it looks like it's in the archives here. I've never come across this before, but yeah, looks like it's going to be a bit of a hard one to find. He reveals how aliens could be behind UKs. A local UFO investigator named Gary then went down to the site to recover the debris. So what was that one? Debris from the sky. Yeah, it's probably related to space junk more than UFOs though, isn't it? It doesn't tell us what it's going to be. Great stuff. Okay, moving on. The Time Warp. Dobsonson. Time Warp. We went to see Gary and interview. The vertical plane, talking about it there. So, like I said, you can find them. Investigator speaking to UFO group. So, yeah, looks like he's well known. The Welsh Roswell. Debris from 1983 UFO crash in UK. Interesting. See, there's lots more stuff to look at, you know, it never ends. Kind of looks weird, doesn't it? Kind of looks like rock, you know, metal bits in it. So is it from a crash or is it from a meteorite? But they talked about meta skins of UFOs would be almost like bismuth type rock, crystallized rock, where it can absorb radar signatures and be charged with high voltage. Okay. I thought there might be some blurb on it. It's not one of these crazy websites made for a tablet, is it? Okay, 1983, a Welsh farmer named Erwin Evans discovered scattered heaps of metal across his family farm, covering an area as large as 3 football fields. That's kind of interesting. Only source X platform. Great. So we're not going to get the story then. It's all dimmed down here. Looks like it's like a copy and paste job. So, but we could look that up probably. Anyway, we ain't got time. Maybe we can carry on looking at that another time. Right, so what it was, me and Robert Farmer covered this one. Berwyn Mountain UFO incident. I didn't know there was debris. Mind you, that's saying 74. He was saying on their one 83. It's not the same thing. So you need 83. So how many UFO crashes were there? Let's see, 83. Guardian. It talks about 74 there. Again. So where's this 83 coming to it? No, see it? And there's 83 one. It's not the same as that one there. So there's two Welsh happenings or what? Let's have a look at that one, sun. Doesn't look the same as what we see in the picture, but they're looking more of a side view of it. And there wasn't anything there, was there? Alright, this one's got something. Yeah, it does look like it's got metal bits in it. It's definitely got some sort of pattern happening on it. I remember him talking about the story where he finds a briefcase buried in the ground with radio spy gear bits in it. But I think this is something different again. Saying they put it in that, is it? More pieces of debris, flying disc. Pieces of debris were sent to labs in the USA and Australia. So it looks like they had someone handcuffed to it then. The Men in Black. 40 years on, scientists carried out a lab test and the mysterious metal lights have found no obvious conclusion at its origin. Suggesting it could be alien. Did Gary Nolan have a look at that one? Oh no, not that clown. Ancient aliens. No. We don't want any ancient alien guys. Is it talking about the same thing? God, I hate this website though. It's not the best one. He may do. Still talking about it. Men in Black. Clearing the site. Men in Black are coming out of the woodwork. Oh, there we are. That's the picture we saw before. Baffled locals in the area still searching for answers. 4 fields. Had it hit a building, there's no doubt the devastation. Yeah, I heard nothing at all at all unusual. Although the pieces themselves were extremely light, they must have fallen with some force to sever branches of trees. Very disturbing. The local Everly Hughes Secretary Union asked the Ministry of Defence for explanation, but so far had no reply. The RAF said there was no aircraft out at the night. The debris must have landed, nor were there any manoeuvres. Secret location. After keeping his finds hidden for 4 decades, Gary gave Mark some of the debris to send off for testing. Is that Gary Nolan they're talking about there? Well, the rest remains locked up in storage at a secret location. I sent the specimens to labs in Australia and US and was shocked when the results came through. The Australian lab came back and said it's aluminium, or aluminum as Americans say, but it's aluminum foam, he said. Foam. Ah, that sounds like the aerogel stuff, doesn't it? We know exactly what it is. It's got some kind of American military grade glue on it. Sounds like it's off a spy plane then. It's painted green on one side. However, nobody had aluminum foam in '83, so they might think they know what it is, but clearly it shouldn't have existed at that point. Then the American analysis comes back with their conclusion, just says unknown. Sounds like Australia got better clues then. Sounds like off some military plane though, doesn't it? I don't think it's alien. I think it's Black Ops. So why would it come off a plane? Maybe it was going at hypersonic speed and it hit something, like a bird or something, and it caused to shear off some of the coating. What's that? Is that what it looks like on the electron microscope? Oh, not Gary Nolan, Gary Rowe, of course. Too many Garys. And other pieces of debris is a strange honeycomb-like material. Does sound like it's some stealth and maybe charged skin to make planes go faster through air. Because wasn't that what quasi-crystals was meant to be for? Yeah, it's interesting. I'll post a link to that anyway. Oh, clicked on the wrong bit. Debris. Just call it that. You can have a read of that in your own time. But what we were looking for, we're just trying to find a video of them, and I have played them before. But yeah, I suppose we could carry on the rest of it here another time. It gets a bit more interesting as it goes on. And you can see it goes on for a fair bit. Maybe I'll just give you a link and you can carry it on from yourself, maybe. I'll just leave it there for a reminder. We've got to sort of wrap up now, really. It's been a long day, 5 hours gone. Gary Rowe, future story. Okay, can we find YouTube? What's it called? Videos. Let's see. Swansea, is it? Swansea. I'll just put that in. Seems to ring a bell. I can't remember now. Sort of faded out my mind. I had it all in my mind at one stage. Swansea UFOs or something. There seems to be lots of Garys out there. Swansea, there we go. This is him, Gary. There we go. See, my memory's not that bad. For old bugger. Here he is here. He's old now. Remember we covered this one?
Core, which will feature in what I'm going to tell you. Okay.
It's one of these horrible presentations with bad audio.
Lanaka Meth holds the record. This is a map I...
Yeah, I'll post a link to that, and you can have a watch of that too if you want to. But we have covered it in past live shows, we went through it. But we'll leave it there for today, because I've had enough, and no doubt I think we ain't got too many people watching now. But hopefully you found it interesting again. More unusual stuff that comes from the Out There channel. Everyone else is talking about all the drama and all the attacking each other on ufology. Me, I'm just talking about the topic. So, row on YouTube UFOs. There we go. Now, some of these domains don't keep the side chat. So Rumble will lose them. I'm not sure about X, whether it'll keep on. Pilled will keep it. YouTube will keep it. Odyssey, if I process it, it will keep it. It puts it in as comments, which is kind of crazy, but that's how it does it. And BitChute won't have it either. I was going to test the run with BitChute as a add-on stream, but that didn't happen because of my sugar-free sweets that made me very sick. Never again. But anyway, I'm just going to say goodnight now anyway. Oh. And take care on the roads, everybody. And I'm just going to end the credits with music now. And let the domains process it. And yeah. If you want to come on open lines next time, say so in the side chat, and then we can talk about anything you want to. I think Boy Scout had something about drones. He was talking about cameras. Yeah, you want a colored night vision cameras, a camera on a drone now. But I think you need multiple cameras to tell the truth. I think you need a thermal one, a night vision one, and you need a regular optical one with a 100 times zoom on it. I don't think a drone would carry all that. That's a lot of weight. Skinwalker, right, certainly needs that quick technology. They got a billionaire that can afford it though, and it's not happened yet. No, they don't listen to us anyway. We're just average Joes. Yeah, we better start closing down some of this. It's a shame that can't start it earlier for people in UK and Europe.